There's so many emails today. It's been really good.
Councilmember James, this is Brian Brower in IT. Can you hear me?
I can.
If you'd like, I can walk you through the steps to change your background to
I'm kind
blank.
of liking it at this point.
Okay. All right. So.
Councilmember Ham?
Here.
And me, I'm here. Pro Tem Ferguson is here. So let's go ahead.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, before you recess to close, hello?
Yes,
This is
hello?
City Clerk. Hello, yes.
Hi.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and members of the council, I do have one email to read relating to closed session.
Please.
It's from Brad Malamud, and it says, why is this being discussed? The yoga instructor isn't threatening a lawsuit. Council instructed staff not to cite violators. Tonight, council should vote 4-0 for liberty and freedom. In San Clemente, the governor's orders should only be enforced by state officials. The city should vote to make San Clemente a freedom and liberty city, stating state emergency orders will be ignored, just as sanctuary city and state ignore federal laws. Let residents who feel unsafe stay home. Others need to open businesses and recreation now, hopefully with council's approval. That's the end.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any comments from council before we ask for a motion to adjourn to closed session? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to adjourn to closed session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Everybody in agreement, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
We're adjourned to closed session. Thank you. Close that. We must have another closed session.
Check, check, check.
Check.
I can't, Chris. This is Joanne.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
That's right.
This is Joanne. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. This is Chris Wright.
Hi, Chris.
here. So we will begin call to order the regular meeting of May 19th, 2020, Sacramento City Council. And I would like to ask Councilmember James to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. Councilmember James.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember James.
And the first item on the agenda is a toll road update.
Do we have a toll road update?
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, members of the council, I think there is one item worth sharing this evening with the council and the community, and that is a change in legislation that applies to the toll road. And the council is aware that we have long supported two different individual bills that were going through the legislature, one through the state assembly and one through the state senate. The Senate bill was being carried and is being carried by Senator Pat Bates. In the Assembly bill, Bro was carrying a piece of legislation through the state assembly. The state assembly bill, AB 3331, is no longer being pursued through the process. However, Senator Bates has decided to fundamentally do what's known as gut and amend her bill, SB 1337, and remove all of the previous language and put in the language that was previously then in Assemblyman Bro's bill, AB 3331. Ostensibly, that it's a very short, very simplistic bill that would put into state statute that the 241 toll road would end at Oso Parkway in the city of Mission Viejo and proceed then on a northeasterly direction, and the other terminus would be in the city of Anaheim near State Route 91. So this bill is fundamentally different, but it is a bill that council previously approved when it was an assembly bill. Now it will be Senator Pat Bates's bill. It already is in print back from the legislative analyst's office, and I believe it will be set for hearing fairly soon. And based on the council's previous action, unless there's some election to the contrary, then the city would take some action to send letters of support for this modification of Senator Bates's bill, and encourage others in our community as well as businesses in our community to support her bill, which is SB 1337. And that will then, again, indicate that the toll road would end at Oso Parkway and not proceed anywhere further. And I think that is a good statutory conclusion in addition of I'd say, defense for the city of San Clemente and its residents, where we have gone on record supporting Los Patrones Parkway extension. This actually adds a whole different dimension in state law to ensure that the toll road would end at Oso Parkway and go no further to the south. And with that, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I have nothing further on the toll road this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a great update, Interim City Manager. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk, on that item? Sometime we do.
No, we do not.
Okay.
Actually, Joanna, we just got to it, so I have two comments to read.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. First comment is from Marie S. Dear City Council, I'm writing to bring to your attention a serious fiscal crisis that may be brewing within the TCA. The TCA, or Toll Roads, is a government agency that is also known as the Foothill Eastern and San Joaquin Hills Transportation Corridor Agencies. Since you may have council members sitting on the board, I'm hopefully not telling you something that at least some of you don't already know. TCA ridership is down and will be using it is facing a potential revenue crisis that could ultimately cause a collapse on the carefully arranged deck of cards that forms its enormous long-term debt burden. The TCA has been feeding a growing debt machine for decades. The total long-term debt of $2.5 billion at completion of the two toll roads in 1998 has somehow grown to $4.9 billion today, despite 20 years of principal and interest payments. The TCA has never had sufficient revenue to handle its enormous debt, but rather than admitting that and allowing another agency to over, somehow your directors and others endorsed repeated refinancings with capital appreciation bonds, meaning that unpaid interest has been added to the principal each year so that outstanding debt grows rather than diminishes. At this point, it will take another $11 billion before these toll roads are freeways, if ever, and worse, payoff dates have been extended from 2033 and 2040, San Joaquin, to 2050 and 2053 for Foothill. Our grandchildren's children may be the first to benefit from decades of tolls and developer impact fees and taxes that will have been paid by your constituents either as tolls or increases in the cost of housing and doing business in the county for over half a century. All of this for two roads that we will have paid for several times over. Now with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, these grossly over-leveraged agencies are poised to finally pay the piper. It is doubtful that revenue will be sufficient to cover debt covenants. While there are some unrestricted assets, these may have to be sold at a loss and may not be sufficient to carry the agencies through an extended period of economic downturn. At the same time, TCA has recently placed 5 of its board members on the OCTA board and is poised to extend its reach outside its original scope, not wanting to build untold roads for OCTA and no doubt get the debt ball rolling all over again. Please stop this. Enough is enough. A comprehensive state audit of TCA's huge debt load, its bloated expenses, and unsustainable financial prospects is long overdue. Taxpayers need you to be responsible and protect us from an agency that has exploded beyond its original intent, burdening taxpayers with unending fees and tolls to feed a ravenous debt machine. I strongly urge your TCA representatives to take a good look at these agencies and take action now to stop this while we still can. TCA needs to focus on its original charter, stop expanding, pay off its debt, and go out of business as soon as possible. And then I have, that was signed Marie S. And then I have one additional comment. And it's from No Toll Road 2020 is the name. The TCA, or Toll Roads, a government agency, in March of this year voted unanimously to stop looking for an extension to the underused 241 southern portion of the 241 toll road. This was after pursuing it for over 20 plus years and spending hundreds of millions of dollars. The board concluded in March the numerous traffic studies showed that extending the 241 would not alleviate traffic now or 50 years in the future. Based on the evidence that this road would not do anything for taxpayers and would cost a fortune, the board wisely voted to stop the process. However, the TCA board is not ready to stop the excessive spending and wants to be able to study it a third time in the future. At what point will this failed agency call it a day? It is important to realize that TCA collects development fees, which makes our daily life cost more than it should. This is in addition to the tolls and penalties. Please think about your city looking into pulling out the joint powder agreement with the TCA and give taxpayers a break. I'm not sure if you saw the article, but this is just one example of the waste and abuse of the TCA. The article is titled, "Why You Sit in Traffic. These Tollway Consultants Charge the Public $185 an hour for reading news." A consultant was billing for 26 hours in a day and ranked $230,000 for reading the news. And raked in $230,000 for reading the news. The TCA has many consultants and an army of lobbyists on its payroll. For what, no one is certain since they have nothing new to say. And that's all I have for comments.
Thank you very much, Laura. And next we have the update on homeless issues. Do we have an update, City Manager?
Yeah.
We have nothing further this evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
I do know that the city did receive at least one email, however.
Oh, great. That would be great. Can you read that, please, City Clerk? Thank you.
Yes, we have one comment. City council members and leadership, the homeless living on the streets and in cars continues to be a problem in San Clemente. Without city leadership, the homeless problem is going to continue and escalate over the next weeks and months. There has not been a coordinated effort by services provided in San Clemente to access the benefits of Project Room Key. To be successful, this requires city leadership and engagement. Project Room Key is designed to get persons off the street into local hotels to protect the street population and community from spread and sickness of COVID-19. Service providers can engage to assist the homeless in obtaining benefits they are in need of, to include mental health services, life skills training, medical appointments, and needed medications with the goal of transitioning from life on the streets to transitional and permanent housing. 2 weeks ago, there was no report given on the agenda item, homeless update. No meaningful plan or report by City Council or San Clemente leadership. What is the city's plan? How are you going to lead our community of 60,000 residents? Contracting with CityNet to provide outreach services to the homeless is not a plan or a solution. It takes leadership, planning, and coordination of services. What are the recommendations to our city and city leadership from CityNet? What has CityNet been able to accomplish accessing and providing outreach services to those in San Clemente living on our streets, parks, and cars? This is an election year. When you are asked the question, what has been done successfully and what is your plan for the homeless on our streets, beaches, and public spaces in San Clemente, how will you respond? The plan could include providing a building in San Clemente, defining the problem, 50 to 75 individuals, coordinating care and services, working with many service providers and nonprofits in San Clemente. We have been successful with senior services, youth services, animal care, and shelter services, and many other programs in San Clemente. We can either meet the challenges and needs of the homeless in San Clemente, or the problems will continue and most likely worsen for our city. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident and business owner. That's all I have for comments.
Thank you very much, Laura. Next, we have the presentation of the city's fiscal year 2019-2020 third quarter financial report. Who would provide this?
This is Jake Ron. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm the Financial Services Officer with the City of San Clemente, and I'm just going to be presenting the third quarter financial report, which is for the period ended March 31st, 2020. The focus of the presentation will be mostly the general fund. So in the report, you'll see the general fund revenues through March 31st, 2020 by the type of revenue source in the table. The general fund revenues in comparison to last year. This year, it's $43.7 million, which is about $300,000 higher than last year. Prior year was $43.4 million. And just a couple of the, I'll call it the revenue highlights, or where there were the biggest differences. Property taxes are $1 million higher than last year. And the biggest decrease, which was about $800,000, was in intergovernmental revenues, and that's primarily due to the Safe Route to School grant that we received in fiscal year 2019. All the other revenues are generally in line with the prior year, and they're all listed in the report. Again, property tax receipts, which is one of the two largest revenues, is at 62%, which is in line with last year at 62%. Sales tax is about $100,000 lower, so generally in line with the previous year. There was a little bit of a slowness in the state paying amounts last year, so that's most of the reason for the difference through March 31st. So with that, I'll go ahead and go on to expenditures. You'll see in the report, there's a little bit more information on revenues on the first page of the report. On the second page of the report, you'll see the general fund revenues, or the expenditures, and those are by category and by department, so those are listed out. The city's at 68% of the budget for the year. Last year, just for comparison purposes, we were at 65% in the previous year. So this year, the costs are at $53.8 million. And that's compared to last year of $50.9 million. So we're about $2.9 million higher than the previous year. And the biggest dollar changes were in contractual services, which was up about $2.5 million, $1.5 million related to public safety contracts, and about $600,000 related to other maintenance contracts. And then capital outlay was up some from the previous year. That was up about $600,000, and that's just due to, I'll call it one-time projects or capital project activity. Interfund transfers and debt was down about $1.7 million, and you might recall we did a big transfer to reserves, capital reserves in fiscal year 2019 of $2.8 million, so that's the primary difference for that one. So again, I kind of talked about the public safety contract. I'll hit a little bit more on those. The Orange County Sheriff's Department contract was $11.5 million in fiscal year 2019, and this year we're at $12.4 million, so that's about $900,000 higher. And then the OCFA fire contract in fiscal year 2019 was about $6.4 million. This year, for fiscal year 2020, we're at $6.9 million, so that's about $500,000 higher. And then also one thing I do want to point out is if you see an increase in benefits, that's primarily related to the $400,000 unfunded liability payment that was made on the lifeguard pension plan. Additional information is in the report on the water, sewer, and other enterprise funds. And I'm not going to go too much into detail unless council has any questions. Other than that, that concludes the quarterly financial presentation through the third quarter.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember James has a question.
I do. In regards to public safety in the Sheriff's Department, what was the last time, or when was the last time we received a rebate from the Sheriff's Department, and how much was it?
Well, typically what happens with the Sheriff's Department contract, we pay 1/12 of the contract amount every month, and then at the end of the year, they kind of true up the cost, so they figure out what vacancies were there, what other savings, or if there were overtime costs. So at the end of the year, they kind of do a true up, and they adjust that last bill based on what that activity was. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily a rebate, it's more of a true up at the end of the year, depending on the activity that's incurred during the course of the year.
So it's an adjustment in the last period. It's not something that carries over into the new year. Am I correct?
No.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Jake.
All right, thank you.
All right, and I'd like to just reiterate and announce that on May 27th, we'll have our budget workshop at 6 p.m. So welcome everyone to tune in then. Next we have oral communications, part 1. Do we have any comments, City Clerk?
Yes, we do. And the Deputy City Clerk will start off reading.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, first comment is from George Mistakis. Let's see. I was just about to email a request to the main shower at the T Street Bridge to be opened. I saw that it was. I have some further requests in the name of cleanliness and social distancing. Requests for showers. Please reopen the main shower at Tower 5. This was completed. Thank you. Please reopen showers at bathroom near Tower 7. This was shut down in 2019, and reopening would have the following benefits listed below. Please reopen showers near Tower 3. Additional showers have the following benefits. They encourage cleanliness and washing away of germs. The more showers available, the more social distancing is possible. If T Street had 3 available showers instead of just 1, there would be less crowding around showers. More showers will slow the spread of even more germs and viruses. And that was, again, from George Mistakis. Next comment is from Nick Della Vedova. Council members, thank you for being an important voice of the San Clemente community, especially in such a tumultuous time. After 2 months of locking down our parks, it's time to fully reopen our parks, including opening the parking lots, putting back the rims to the basketball hoops, and other limits the city has put in place. As a community, we have collectively done our part to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, and the detriments to society of isolation is now outweighing the threat of COVID-19. Exercise builds your immune system. The likelihood of catching COVID at a park is near zero. Opening the parks would put less on our beaches. On Tuesday, May 12th, the Orange County Board of Supervisors opened county parks. Time for San Clemente to do the same. We respect the opinions of others that are concerned for their health, and I respect their choice to stay at home. I would personally support any additional services, such as delivery of groceries, to keep the vulnerable safe. On Tuesday, May 19th, I respectfully ask for you to vote for a full reopening of our parks, not phased reopening, but full reopening. Next comment is from Scott Anderson. We deserve effective city council leadership. Good leadership is working closely with your fellow city council members, compromising, listening, coming to common purposes. It is not using your Facebook and social media to incite your supporters or publicly criticize another council member in public. Those types of actions guarantee divisiveness not only on City Council, but also throughout San Clemente. We elected you to unite this community, not divide it. It is time for you to show leadership, not childlike and arrogant behavior. Also, it's time for you to take back control of our city from city management and staff and start making decisive decisions about opening our community. All of you have surrendered these decisions to unelected city bureaucrats. We elected you, not the city bureaucrats. At the next city council meeting, open up the beach parking and our beaches now. Stop treating us as undisciplined children. We deserve better. Scott Anderson.
And the next email is from Chris Hoyt to the City Council of the City of San Clemente. My name is Chris Hoyt. Paquita Segarra and I live on Via Alegre. Before the slope restoration project behind our home began, my neighbors and I were constantly bombarded by golf balls. Many windows were broken and cars were damaged. Luckily, no one was hit by a golf ball that I know of. Now the Short Cliffs Golf Club is planning to put a new hole on the repaired area. I have asked the owners and management in writing to align all tee boxes with the fairway, utilizing a pad that has been roughed out there. This alignment would substantially reduce the likelihood of continued damage to homes along Via Alegre and consequently allow golfers to avoid conflict with angry homeowners when they hit errant shots. However, the Short Cliffs Golf Club appears intent on establishing a men's championship tee box from an elevated area high along the cart path and bordering homes far to the right of fairway alignment. As I see it, the SGC management has a choice. One, establish a relatively safe tee box area for men and women, or two, establish an elevated tee box area for men that puts people and property in jeopardy. It appears that SGC has chosen the latter because that tee box site has the tiniest sliver of an ocean view. They apparently do not highly value or prioritize being good neighbors or the safety of residents. I believe that SGC hopes that the city will not exercise any review of their plans so that they can continue to operate a hazard to neighboring people and property with impunity. I am asking that the San Clemente City Council establish a review process which allows for public comment for changes at the golf course that may have an impact on neighbors. When hazards exist, viable alternatives should be sought. The City of San Clemente mission statement states that the, quote, city will foster a tradition to maintain a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play, end quote. In this case, I am asking the city to establish procedures not so different from other planning procedures that ask for public comment and provide for mitigation measures when there are hazards to public safety. The next email is from Michelle Brooks. Hi, city leaders. I would like to ask that you consider allowing temporary signs, banners for our small businesses during this time. Some businesses have been directed by code enforcement to remove their signs, but I think during this time we can and should make an exception. We force them to close their normal means of operating, so they need a way to advertise what they can still do for their customers. Thank you for your consideration. Next email is from Lizette Mitchell. Please open up our schools for fall, parking lots, parks, pools, and recreation centers. I disapprove of 5G funding. Next email is from Scott Deardorff. Council members, I am afraid to live in this community. I am fearful of leaving my house to go to the supermarket. This would not be the case if San Clemente City Council chose to follow the guidelines initially laid out by the Center for Disease Control, and also provide some measure of enforcement. These guidelines are simple. 1, testing must be widely available. 2, there must be an adequate number of contact tracers. 3, there must be a decline in the number of cases for 14 days. Not only has the City of San Clemente not acted on the reasonable recommendations from medical experts, it has also failed to enact any type of enforcement for its own rules. This is what experts in the field of infectious disease say must be done in order to stop the spread of this disease and not make it worse. These guidelines are made by people that live and breathe and work on this stuff every day and have the most knowledge and expertise. Listening to any other opinions not based in solid science from people that are not experts in this field is folly and dangerous to our community. Any calls to reopen the city without first meeting these minimum guidelines is putting a price on a human life. So I ask you, council members, which side are you on? The save the maximum lives possible and protect as many citizens as we can side, or the every life has a price and it's okay that some people should die so I don't lose money? This is the question that has been put before you, and by your lack of action on enforcement and failure to follow state or federal guidelines have put all of our citizens at risk and show that so far this city council has shown they believe human life has a price and that sound scientific evidence can be replaced by the emotional opinions of pundits, politicians, and demagogues. The restaurant down the street from my house, Nomad's Canteen, has been open, not observing social distancing and not requiring patrons to wear face masks. I went to the supermarket and was yelled at by someone who said, I can do whatever expletive I want. When I asked if they would over their face in consideration of others, I went inside the store and they said they could not enforce any policy regarding face masks because the city and county were not enforcing the rules. So if they tried to enforce them, they would be sued. Just to be clear, even if local businesses wanted to be safe and require customers to wear face covering, they cannot, because the city and county refused to do even the minimum amount of enforcement.
Joanne, the 2 minutes is up.
Oh, thank you. Okay, next is from Rick Leffler. I would like to commend the council for working hard during this pandemic emergency. With that being said, there is a little more work to do in the area of city staff housekeeping. In the past few weeks, we have seen several examples of, at worst, bad decision-making by city staff. To, at best, a lack of communication between the city manager, staff, and city council members. Examples of these blunders include sand in the skate park, fences up and down, lack of communication as to lifeguard participation in beach enforcement, and the glaring incompetence in providing an acceptable video presentation of our council meetings. Every council and staff member deserves to be safe. If that means staying home, so be it. But we all know with the technology available, the presentation of the meetings has been atrocious and downright embarrassing. The responsibility falls directly on the city manager. Whenever it is incompetence or a perception that the citizens of San Clemente don't care about our council meetings, either is a failure that is unacceptable. I don't think the city manager is aware of how close-knit our citizens are. We talk a lot. It is because of this that I know personally of over 20 people who have emailed the city manager on the issue of televising the council meetings. Not one return email. Unacceptable. I will say that Eric's son did personally telephone one of our community members to update her on the status of the council meeting broadcast. Bravo, but nothing from the city manager. I would request, and my opinion is shared by many, that the council educate our city manager as to the expectations our citizens have. Leadership, direction, motivation, integrity, organization, management, and oh yes, communication. If these faculties can be achieved from the city manager, great. Let's implement them. If they cannot, then perhaps San Clemente is not a good fit. Just make Mr. Sun the interim city manager and start a search for a better match for our town. Next is from Laura McCorvey. Dear San Clemente City Council, thank you for continuing to work for the residents of San Clemente during this time. I would normally attend the meeting to ask where San Clemente stands on these hot topics, but since we cannot meet, then I thought I would email my questions. 1, I am interested to know where San Clemente stands on 5G towers. There was a conversation going around that a tower was placed in Rancho San Clemente. Is that true? And if not, then in general, is San Clemente going to allow this technology? 2, I was so upset that Orange County stopped recycling centers. Do you know why? And now I discovered that a private party behind Ralph's Supermarket off Estrella is operating called Ponce. I am so thankful for that and would hope the city would help advertise for them. I rode my bike by today and 2 men were eager to help. There's also a young entrepreneur, 11 years old I believe, who is collecting recyclables and donating proceeds for his t-shirts to help Laguna Beach tide pools or something like that, called Ryan's Recyclables. I would like to know more about what our city is using to spray and eradicate invasive species. Aren't we tired of all these chemicals and other solutions? And many people are upset about pets hunting animals that have been poisoned by these chemicals. Or I would like to know where we stand with our local hospital. Is this something that someone or many interested parties are actively working on, or is it the back burner? Lastly, I would like to comment and give praise to all the city workers who are working. It was so nice to see a woman from the city of San Clemente Parks and Recreation at the beach answering questions and cheerfully letting us walk the beach trail. I think we've hit 3 minutes on that one. Next is from Christina Kirch. Dear council members, I'm writing to ask Ms. Ward and Mr. Ham to reconsider their positions and align with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and Mr. James on reopening the city, including parking lots on the coast, but also opening council chambers back up to the public. It's starting to look very silly to continue such a rigid approach when the data has long since suggested we should begin easing restrictions. At this point, it appears purely political, which is not the kind of representation needed here in San Clemente. Your stubbornness in playing politics is contributing to the demise of many people's mental and physical and financial health. You are ruining people's lives. Have you any conscience whatsoever? Please review the numbers. Empty hospitals, furloughing staff, going bankrupt. Stop moving the goalposts and reopen our city. The interim city manager, Ham and Ward, appear drunk on power like our lawless governor, though even he appears to be easing restrictions. Is this how you like your constituents to see you? It's an embarrassment to the county. You can't hide from your constituents forever. Chambers will be open again and you will feel our wrath in person, or maybe sooner if we see you on the beach trail or at the store. You will not get away with this abuse in power. The sooner you cooperate with your counterparts and work towards reopening San Clemente, the better.
Okay, the next comment is from Alex Haynes, Jr. Good evening, council and staff. I'm following up to shed some light on the North El Camino Real lane configuration. It was said that the businesses are in support of this project. It is really anything but the case. While there may be a few, the fact is 23 business and property owners affected by this plan have signed a petition against this plan. This represents a significant contingent of businesses. They feel they were not adequately engaged in the process. If they had been planning, they would have been aware so many of the businesses overwhelmingly oppose this plan and could have used this time to come up with better alternatives like speed limit reduction, more crosswalks, safety signage, and possibly enhancing the bike route, which already traverses this area through safer residential areas. We were treated to a taste of this lane reduction, which created 2-block-long traffic jams recently. There are thousands of cars that go through this area daily. Avenida Pico and Coast Highway, along with residential streets, feed into these lanes despite what staff says is adequate. We all know with our own eyes it is just too much traffic and will create daily traffic jams and folks using residential streets to avoid the traffic, and even worse, just avoiding the area altogether. I spoke with 2 business owners that were also avid cyclists. They said they would not use the lanes even if they were put in, as this area has far too many entry and egress points with cars constantly coming and going. Not to mention parked cars blocking view to the oncoming cyclist. Add some of the semi-trucks unloading for restaurants and convenience stores and cyclists forced into the lanes. These cyclists said it's just too dangerous to ride even with lanes. Add this to the informal social media posts against this project running about 90% against, and you know this is not a project that business or citizens want or need. We even have from council members Dahl and Eggleston against this project, as I understand. We appreciate what folks are trying to accomplish. Let's engage the businesses and residents and find solutions we can all live with to make North El Camino Real better and safer without reducing vital lanes needed by our citizens and businesses. Signed, concerned business owner. Next comment is from Jeff Perkin. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and Councilmember James, for standing up for the constitutional rights of citizens. I hope Council Members Ward and Ham, as well as the interim city manager, have all very seriously reconsidered your position on this shutdown, considering that there is no valid scientific or moral ground to keep it going. A virus with a 99.9% survival rate does not justify the governor's totalitarian demands. True leadership questions overreaches in power, especially during quote-unquote crises like this one. Everyone listening and continuing to support this shutdown, please ask yourself, how many families must go bankrupt in order to make you feel safe? How many business owners should lose everything they've worked for in order to make you feel safe? How many people have to lose their jobs, their health insurance, their life savings to make you feel safe? What number of people should surrender their lives and freedom for your feelings and your safety? Who is truly being selfish during this pandemic? Who profits from it? You are not responsible for the current situation, but you are responsible for your response to it. Thank you, Jeff. Next comment is from James Kemp regarding the recent May 15th announcement by the Recreation Department related to golf cart rental. COVID-19 restrictions must be fair, based upon reasonable health benefit, and equally applied. Last week, the Recreation Department relaxed restrictions at the golf course related to motorized cart use. Players can now rent a cart when booking a tee time, but must certify they are disabled. If a player's health is not jeopardized by using a cart, then all players should have the choice to rent a cart. I'm requesting the City Council instruct the Recreation Department to immediately remove the disability certification wording from the cart rental selection when booking a tee time. Next comment is from Sherry Murphy. Dear Mayor and Council members, I would like my email to be included in public comments for May 19th. I'm a longtime resident of San Clemente, and my family roots started here in the 1930s with my mother, Helen Russell, and her family. It continued with my parents, Max and Helen Berg, who raised 4 children, and continues today with my family. Our family home, built in 1954 by my mother and father, is located on East Mariposa and is very close to the proposed lane reduction area on El Camino Real. I've driven thousands of miles over the years on El Camino Real in this area and feel I have expert knowledge on how congested this area can get with vehicle traffic with the current 2 lanes in each direction configuration. San Clemente is a beautiful beach town, and in the summer months, the traffic on El Camino Real is ridiculous, and honestly, any beautiful day in San Clemente will have more traffic on the streets. Whenever the 5 freeway is backed up, the traffic coming off the freeway at Vista Hermosa or Avenida Pico or from Coast Highway congests this area of El Camino Real tremendously, with people trying to get around the traffic delays on the freeway. Reducing the lanes in this area would be a huge mistake on the part of the City of San Clemente and cause increased traffic congestion and its adverse impacts on the residents in the area. Instead of the city wasting money on this project, I'd like to see a lighted cautionary pedestrian crosswalk installed at El Camino Real and Cañada, like the ones installed between Victoria and Cabrillo. I have seen too many close calls with mothers pushing strollers or elderly residents trying to cross at the crosswalk and almost get hit and killed. Thank you for your time and your public service. Sherry Burke Murphy. Next comment is from Bill Hart. Thomas Jefferson made a profound assertion in the Declaration of Independence. Governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. This concept is deeply ingrained in our American culture. When people see reason and purpose for government's exercise of authority, they tend to comply. But when people lose confidence in decisions, when they perceive lack of purpose, when they are pushed too far, they start questioning authority. There is ample evidence the city's COVID-19 efforts are becoming more and more ineffective. Just go to the beach or walk downtown on a sunny day. How many people are complying? I suggest the city loosen COVID-19 restrictions and further reopen San Clemente. Relax the retail standards, unblock the beach parking, remove the chain link fences at the pier, and stop pretending people won't bring beach towels to the beach and allow to sit down and eat at their favorite restaurant. Instead of trying to forcibly block behavior, let's develop guidance on what can be done to minimize risk while enjoying our beautiful community. Let's help people help themselves. Let's trust that most people can responsibly regulate their own behavior. The city needs to find its way back to a leadership role before it loses the public completely. And we have just 2 final comments. Next is from Sean Kading. As part of your current repaving project, please implement the lane realigning along El Camino Real through North Beach that was vetted, approved, and adopted as part of the 2014 City of San Clemente Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, which is set to implement the goals and policies of the general plan. Contained therein, Figure 3.1 shows the red-hot need for Class 2 bike lanes along El Camino Real. Figure 3.3 shows that Class 2 bike lanes have been studied and approved as part of long-term planning, and Table 3.4 describes exactly the option now before you. 2 11-foot travel lanes, 1 10-foot center lane, 2 7-foot parking lanes, and 2 5-foot bicycle lanes. This is clearly part of the general plan and does not require any further review, hearings, or delay. The chance to move forward with the new, safer lane design in North Beach should not be missed. 2 years ago, when they revamped Northdale Community Real by the Sea Summit Trails, reducing cars to 1 lane in each direction and improved the bike lanes, the driving experience improved, the cycling experience improved. It accommodates pedestrians, bikes, and electric bikes better and dramatically improves safety. Wouldn't failing to implement these known safety measures potentially expose the city to liability? Sean Kading, attorney at law, San Clemente Summit, or Sea Summit resident. And last final comment from Jim Dahl. During the COVID-19 closures, parking permits have not been able to be used. Is the city going to prorate the permits, or will they be extended by the number of months after the closure is over? Jim Dahl. And that's all I have for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk team. Do we have a motion reading in full? I'm sorry, let me take a motion to close the public oral communications. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Great. Okay, we'll move on. Do I have a motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So,
This is Councilmember Ward, so moved.
second.
All right. Okay. All right. And next is consideration of agendizing items requiring.
Excuse me, was that voted on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's
Is there a
take
roll call vote?
Councilmember Ward motioned and Councilmember James seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Great, thank you. That passes. Okay, number 4, consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Do we have any items? Hearing none, we'll move on to closed session report. City Attorney, do you have a report out?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, there was no reportable action taken in closed session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Before we go on to consent calendar, would I have support for moving up item 11B, City Manager COVID-19 update? Just because of folks tuning in, I know that's been the majority of emails we've received on various amenities being reopened. And I'd like to make a motion to move that item up after, of course, we address these items on the consent calendar. Do I have a second for that?
Second on that.
Can we go ahead and take a vote? All in favor, say aye.
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 This is Councilmember Ham. While I recognize the importance of discussing that issue, I think we need to get through the business of the city first. The last few meetings we've had have gone very late, and I think we need to attend to some of these other issues before we get there.
So I take that that's a no.
That's a no vote.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ham. Councilmember Ward?
I will be voting no also.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving on to consent calendar.
Yes. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. And we have received comments to read for items E, F, and G. And I would just like to ask the Deputy City Clerk, did we get any last-minute requests to pull any items?
No last-minute requests.
Okay. So it's to pull those 3 items. Those are requests from the public, E, F, and G.
E, F, and G. Thank you, City Clerk. And before I comment, City Council, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
Those are the 3 items to pull.
Okay.
I'll move the balance.
I'll go last.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. I always go last, so I just like to give you all the courtesy of going first. I'd like to pull the minutes of April 21st, 2020, item 6A1. Okay, do we have a motion to move the balance?
Motion to move the balance.
Okay, Councilmember James has a motion to move the balance. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. All right, so moving on to the first item, the one that I had requested be pulled was the City Council Special Regular Meeting Minutes of April 21st. On your page, it's item page 6A1-5. And it's regarding the closed session report out and the vote, me voting no, specifically to, it's called motion by Councilmember Ward, second by Councilmember Ham, carried 3-1-1, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson voting no, and Mayor Bain recusing, regarding the consultants and various legal expert contracts pertaining to the TCA matter. And I'm a no, but I specifically remember I did not vote to not renew a contract with Englander, Knob and Associates. I would not vote no to not renew that. I don't want that contract renewed. In fact, I discovered a year ago we were 230% over that contract on a contract that was already expired. So I'd like to bring that back to correct that. City Clerk, would that be the appropriate way to do that, to correct that? Bring it back to the next meeting?
You could make a motion now to amend the motion the way you would like for it to read.
Okay, thanks, City Clerk. I'd like to amend the motion to just basically have me, my no vote is a yes vote. I vote yes to not renew the contracts with Englander, Knob and Associates with regard to the TCA matter that are due to expire June 30, 2020, and submit legal expert contracts with small dollar amounts that can be signed under the City Manager's contract authority and retain subcontractors IBI stand awfully upon the expiration of their contracts to provide as needed expert services on hourly basis. Do I have a second to my motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Can we go ahead and take a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Can I ask for discussion before we take a vote?
Yes, sir, you may.
So I just need clarification on exactly what you're looking to do here. So if I'm reading the minutes correctly, your concern is that a no vote on a not renewal registers as a yes vote to renew?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess my question is for City Attorney then. The motion as it passed was that we did renew. Is that correct, Scott?
No, that contract expires. It's an expert agreement that expires at the end of June, and so the direction was to do the contracts. This was the recommended action that
That's her vote. That was her vote.
The council. If Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson wanted to add to that, saying that she supported the first action, then I think that would be accurate, and I would just add that to the end here if that's what you're proposing, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just changing my no vote to a yes. I did not vote. I voted yes to not renew the contracts with that firm.
Yeah, I was looking at elements 2 and 3 of that recommendation, though, and I'm not clear where you're going with your vote on those. But there shouldn't be a problem clarifying what it was with regard to all 3 elements. I'm just not sure what you're proposing. I do remember your support of number 1, but I don't remember in the report on your vote on item 2.
Right. Yes, I'm modifying my for number 1. The number 1. The not renew the contracts with Englander, Knob and Associates. That's correct.
If I may, instead of taking a vote on changing your vote, I think if we just outlined in the minutes that you voted to not renew the contracts for number 1, I think that would clarify what you're trying to do.
That would clarify, but I'm not changing my vote. I'm just correcting the minutes.
Yeah, and I think if I can support your motion to correct the minutes to show that you did not support number 1.
No, I'm a yes on number 1 to not renew. I'm not a no on number 1. I know it's wordsmithing, but yes. So I'm a yes to not renew the contracts with Englander, Knob and Associates. So we can note that in the minutes. Would that suffice, City Clerk?
Yes, I could do that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But let's go ahead and take a vote because All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
Councilmember Ward?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just to clarify, this is Councilmember Ham. I'm comfortable with making the note in there that you did agree with number 1, but you voted no on numbers 2 and 3. But if your motion's to move the item, then I will second your motion to move the item with those changes.
Great, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. So then that passes. That's exactly what we're doing. So that passes 3-1. Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Councilmember James. All right, so that next item that was pulled.
And that one, then the one no was Councilmember Ward, correct?
Yes.
Joanne,
thank you.
Joanne, I need to clarify that. With what Councilmember Ham clarified was the motion, I am a yes vote.
Okay, got it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Okay. Are we good, City Clerk? Can we move forward?
Yes. So the item that was next item is item E. That's the Avenida Cabrillo parking lot 3-hour time limit. And do have some comments. Would you like to hear those at this time?
Yes, thank you very much. That'd be great.
Okay. The first email is from Rosalind Gilmer. I'm sorry. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Rosalind Gilmer, and I was born and raised here in San Clemente. As a resident, I love working in my hometown on Avenida Cabrillo. I work for a small business, and employees will be negatively impacted should this ludicrous parking restriction be approved. I urge City Council to not approve this unnecessary parking restriction. Parking in this area is scarce, to say the least, and adding a 3-hour time limit will not work for our team working 8 to 10-hour days. What value does the 3-hour time limit bring to our city? If this limited parking is approved, can permit parking for residents and adjacent employees be allowed here? Thank you. The next comment is from Rick Leffler. I had an occasion to speak to my dentist yesterday. She has her office on Cabrillo. She related that many of her employees use the parking lot on Cabrillo to park when they come to work. I also spoke to one of the employees of Melrose, a boutique on Del Mar. She related that she, along with many employees who work on Del Mar, use the Cabrillo lot. She further stated that they are encouraged to park on Cabrillo in order to free up spots on Del Mar for shoppers. I do not think that placing a 3-hour parking limit on Cabrillo would be prudent at this time. At a time when businesses are opening up and employees are returning to their jobs, a restriction on their parking is not something we need to do. I would ask that this issue be returned to staff for a more reasonable recommendation. If a limit on parking is to be implemented at some point, there should be some type of employee permit to facilitate workers having a place to park. It would seem to me that the bigger issue is residents parking multiple vehicles overnight. I think there can be a resolution that will address the residents' evening needs and the employees' daytime needs. Please don't punish the people returning to their jobs at this critical time. Next email is from Corey Ritzow. I realize I am a few minutes, oh wait a minute, that's just a preface. My wife and I are city residents and business owners of the adjacent lot and have family that have lived here over 60 years. We are so proud to be a part of not just this town, but the downtown community as well. We not only pride ourselves in our own business, but we enjoy supporting the businesses of our local neighbors and friends as well. In the last 8 years, we have watched so many of the city-owned lots that allow for public parking convert from all-day parking to 3-hour parking, and for many of these locations, understandably so. We saw this on Del Mar, and more recently as the lot at 121 Cabrillo converted to 3-hour parking. Unless I am mistaken, this is the last public lot that allows for parking more than 3 hours. The problem with converting every single lot to 3-hour parking is that almost all local businesses have employee shifts that last far longer than 3 hours. And while employees should not be given the premier places to park, they should be afforded a suitable and reasonable location to park while they provide the service to so many patrons that come to downtown to shop, eat, or enjoy the day. Right now, it is not uncommon to drive down Cabrillo at 10 a.m. or 3 p.m. and find the lot at 102 to 122 Cabrillo to be completely full, with parking unavailable, while the lots at 121 and 145 Cabrillo sit at less than 50% occupancy. And while there are days or times when downtown receives an influx of people, we believe it would be unfair to remove the last area for longer-term employee parking. We also believe that an increase in rideshare platforms creates an easy solution for patrons coming to enjoy themselves, whereas one is likely to Uber or Lyft to dinner, but less so to go to work. We applaud the seasonal trolley program as a solution as well, and we hope that continues in the years to come. Employees of downtown businesses must park somewhere, and I believe by changing this lot will have unintended consequences that will impact the surrounding neighborhoods and ultimately hurt local businesses in unforeseen ways. Thank you for your time. So unless the Deputy City Clerk received a last minute, I believe that's the end of comments.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for reading those comments. Council, do we have any comments, discussions, questions of staff on this item?
I would like to hear from staff on this. I believe they sent us an email earlier.
Oh, great.
Staff to speak on it?
Yes, this is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director.
Hi, Tom. Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. So this is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director, and at this time, staff would recommend that your council either table the item or just not approve it at this time. This item came before you because Public Works believed that the City Council intended to implement the proposed 3-hour time limit based on several prior deliberations you've had about downtown parking. However, we more recently became aware of additional discussion suggesting other possible uses, including converting this lot to use for employee parking to support that, and evaluating what to do with this lot as part of a more comprehensive downtown parking strategy. And that certainly would be a more thoughtful and appropriate way to deal with this lot in the context of bigger parking issues and demands and resources on how to best allocate those resources. So I think overall what we're saying is this is probably premature, and we would like to come back with more thoughtful suggestions as part of a bigger strategy for downtown parking and not pursue the item tonight.
Okay, so this is Councilmember Ward. I would agree with that, and I'll move to table. And based on the reasons that we have discussed this further than the direction that staff had gotten a while ago on this lot, and we did talk about employee permit parking and things like that. And I think just because of COVID, these things got crossed. And so I agree that this should come back for another time, and that's my motion. I'll table it.
Second.
Before we vote, why don't we just kill it altogether? Why are we tabling it?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Would you like to make a substitute motion? Well, first let's vote on Councilmember Ward's motion.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, can I answer Councilmember James' question? Thank you.
Yeah.
So Jean, the reason we would not table it is because there has been several conversations on this, and I think you were on, I'm not sure, I thought there was 5 of us on the council then. As part of our long-term financial plan, we talked about different strategies for downtown, and we told staff that it might be the time to start going to permit parking once and for all and figure out what we're going to do with the downtown. So I think that's why we don't want to table it. It's a discussion that we've been having, and I think staff is going to bring it back to us. But it will be in conjunction with everything that we've already talked about.
Okay, I'm a little confused. You said we would not want to table it. You meant we would not want to reject it. You want to table it for right now.
Yes, that would be correct. Just table it because we don't need to get rid of it.
I would still be in favor of rejecting this staff recommendation at this time. Staff can come back with a new recommendation at some point in time. But I really want this to go away because of the number of employees who need to park there. We're coming out of the COVID thing. Business recovery is going to be going on. I would like to see this just go away altogether. So my motion is to reject the staff recommendation of Resolution 20-35.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a vote first on Councilmember Ward's motion, which was to table this.
Mayor Pro Tem, I will withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay, okay, fair enough. And Councilmember James put a motion on the table. Do we have a second for Councilmember James' motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, that motion passes unanimously 4-0. Okay, thank you so much. The next, okay, City Clerk, we have, let's see.
Yes, the next item is item F. That's the purchase and installation of geofill infill for the La Plata Vista Hermosa Sports Park synthetic turf fields. We have some public comments on this one.
Oh, that's great. Let's hear those. Thank you.
Okay, the comment is from Jody Cook. Council members, I'd like to state my opposition to the synthetic turf infill project and propose restoring living grass fields. The virus causing COVID-19 lives on plastic surfaces for at least 3 days and can be moved by foot traffic up to 10 feet. This means that in any single game on a synthetic field, an entire team could become infected by one player depositing the virus as they play. Disinfectant is provided naturally by healthy living grass. According to the geofill spec sheet, their product requires multiple irrigations per week to maintain moisture levels and replacement every 2 to 3 years. A natural lawn also requires weekly irrigation but has the added benefit of sequestering carbon longevity and releasing atmospheric oxygen. 25 square feet of natural lawn produces enough oxygen for one person per day, meaning converting Vista Hermosa turf fields to living grass would provide over 7,500 San Clemente residents with their needed daily oxygen. The need to replace the infill begs the question, where did the crumb rubber go? Having a child who played on these fields since their installation and observing them during games and throughout the seasons, I can assure you that much of it went into San Clemente cars, homes, streets, and washroom parking lots into storm drains to the ocean. Depositing unrecoverable rubber microparticles into the ocean isn't something a beach community should be blind to. While there is controversy on the acute toxic consequences to players, often children, inhaling off-gas plastic and rubber fumes and ingesting crumb rubber during play, there is no dispute about the unhealthy heat produced by the turf, the unpleasant odors audiences inhale during a 1-hour game in the warm months, or the disease-causing substances accumulating in the turf. Natural grass nets benefits for all. It is likely that you will soon be required to disinfect the field, apply pre-emergent and post-emergent synthetic herbicides on weeds, which are more likely to grow in the new infill. This also endangers the health of players and spectators. Dangerous levels of PFAS have been found to leach out of synthetic turf. This is one reason Southern California's water agencies no longer provide rebates for replacements with artificial turf. Synthetic turf significantly raises the urban heat island effect in our community. Heat islands affect nighttime microclimates, which lead to plant and animal species disruptions and increased drought due to the removal of atmospheric moisture and cool nighttime air. This recovery period is particularly important in arid climates such as ours. The surface temperature of artificial turf boosts stormwater runoff temperatures, damaging marine environments and outflows. As a lesser or intermediate mitigation action, I request all crumb rubber be vacuumed from the site and replaced. In addition, I respectfully request a more comprehensive review of the city's sustainability policies related to artificial turf be implemented in light of the above. And then she provided a number of resource links, and it is signed, thank you, Jody Cook, Talega. And 3 minutes left, just like that. That's all I have for public comment.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Council, do we have any questions of staff regarding this item?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember James, please.
Was it, I think the previous speaker, rather the previous author, brought up some great points, and actually put a finer point on what I was going to say. But I would ask staff if it was researched, what it would take from a budget perspective to take the artificial turf out, and then replace it with a natural turf, and then what would be the recurring cost of reclaimed water. And if you don't have that information, that's fine, but I would like to inquire on that.
Thank you, Councilmember James. This is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. We did not specifically research that. If it's the council's desire, we could. Having said that, I can tell you to switch out these 3 synthetic turf fields to natural turf, just the cost to do it alone, let alone the ongoing maintenance, will be significant.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Yeah.
So my, Mr. Vonnegut, my question would be more along the lines, as they reach their life expectancy, and we look at replacing, such as in this case, what it would look like to take it out and then replace it with natural turf. That was my point, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification. We can certainly, this is more of a maintenance, but when the turf carpet itself gets to the point where we would otherwise recommend to your council to replace it, we can put a note to ourselves to provide a comparison of doing that versus going back to turf, if that's your council's desire.
And is this particular field, is it at the end of its life?
No, they're both in good service. Well, we have 3 fields, and they're all in good serviceable condition, and so I can't crystal ball how long they'll last, but it'll be a number of years before we get to that point where we would recommend replacement of the carpet turf.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Tom, what are we in year 8 or 9 with these fields?
Somewhere about 8 or 9. It was about 8 years ago. So year 8 or 9, yes.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you so much. Any comments or discussion from council? Any more questions of staff? Hearing none, do we have a motion for this item?
I have a motion to Mayor Pro Tem to reject item 6F.
Okay. Do we have a second for Councilmember James' motion? Hearing none, do we have a substitute motion?
I'll move item F.
Okay, Councilmember Ham. And do we have a second for Councilman Ham's motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. All ayes for that item to pass. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is yes. So that item passes 3-1. Thank you. And City Clerk, we have one more item that was pulled tonight. Would you?
Yes, it's item G, the contract amendment for federal lobbying assistance. And we do have at least one comment on this one if you'd like that read at this time.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, this comment is from Eric Ward. City staff is requesting to increase the funding for lobbying contracts for the Warwick Group from $44,000 to $110,000 to extend the contract duration from April 2020 to April 2021 for the beach sand replenishment project. Firstly, during this time of the COVID crisis, does the federal government and city have the funding required to continue to spend millions for beach sand replenishment? Perhaps it's better to see if we still have a project before we continue to spend money for a lobbyist. The contract pays a K Street, Washington, D.C. firm, Warwick Group, a retainer of $5,500 per month to be on standby. There is no rates or hours expected to work. If they do nothing, they are still paid. Do we have a specific scope of work of what they will be doing? Is there a city staffer assigned to monitor what they are doing and accomplishing? Why is a retainer contract chosen instead of a time and rate contract? The report mentions 2 other San Diego cities doing similar work. Are there other Orange County cities doing similar work that we can benefit from by having a joint lobbying effort? What are the consequences of not retaining this lobbying contractor, and letters from the city used to request funding assistance? City Council approved an agenda item a few weeks ago to review all of these lobbying contracts to see if there is still a need. This contract should definitely be on that list. Find Eric Ward. And that is the only public comment I have for that item.
Okay, thank you, Deputy City Clerk. Do we have any questions of staff on this item? This is another one for Tom Vonnegut, the Public Works Director.
Yes, I have
Councilmember James, please.
So what has their track record been up to this point? What have they accomplished for us?
Thank you, Councilmember James. This is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. So most recently, as I noted in the report, Warwick Group was very helpful in getting the remaining $500,000 or so of federal funding for the Corps for them to be able to finish the design phase. And they lobbied our congressional representatives and used their relationships with the Assistant Secretary of the Army's office and the Office of Budget and Management to break that free so that the Corps could continue moving on. Without that, the project would have basically gone on hiatus until the money would appear if it were to do so. Warwick was formerly Howard Marlowe and Associates, and we had engaged them in the past over the years on the feasibility phase, and they likewise helped retain funding and lobby our congressional representatives to direct money through the federal budget to the Corps to be able to advance this project.
I'm gonna sound incredibly naive here, but my issue with that is we send someone to Congress to be our advocate in Washington, D.C. And now, we have to pay someone $110,000 in order to get a congressman to do this job. I won't make a political comment beyond that, but I find this incredibly discouraging that we have to pay some K Street, I assume it's K Street, some K Street lobbyists in D.C. $110,000 to have Mr. Levin do his job. I'm going to be a no on this.
Thank you, Councilmember James, for your comments. I'd like to make a few comments about this as well regarding this. And just in response to Mr. Eric Ward, who was the commenter tonight, the public comment, we do have an agenda report that will be coming back. It should be coming back regarding a council review of the consultant contracts, lobbyists, strategic communications experts, etc. So that is coming. But this particular contract, we did approve $44,000. I can't support another $66,000 for this contract, especially at this time. Considering even in this, the consultant says that the federal funding has been blocked. I think at this time, considering the financial impacts the federal government's going to see, giving all the stimulus money and so forth in response to COVID-19, and that we will also face, I think that this should be shelved. I do have a challenge with the $5,500 a month for an automatic payment every month because it's retainer based, so rather than a time and rate contract, so that's a problem. But I was fine. I voted for the $44,000. I just surprised less than 8 months later we're being asked to give more. So I just say no more blank checks to lobbyists and consultants. They can't get the job done the first time around. I can't support adding more money. Thank you. Any other comments from council?
This is Councilmember Ward. Everyone needs to be clear that this is for the sand replenishment program that our city has worked on for, I don't even know how many years that this has been going on and trying to get it through. They didn't have the funding to complete the design, and they finally got that. And they got it, I think we did get news from Congressman Levin that we were getting this and it was going forward. It is very common to use lobbyists, and lobbyists helped us get to this point. I want to point out that Laura, the city of Encinitas that you say you work for, has 3 federal lobbyists. One is $5,000 a month, the other is $6,000 a month, and LM5 is $20,000 a month. And that was just done in March of 2020, March 18th. So this is common for other cities to do this, and I think it's very bad to kill our sand replenishment project and not have that going forward when we absolutely need to stay with this project. And I think our people in San Clemente are going to be very disappointed when the beach trail goes away because we don't have enough sand.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward.
It certainly is not my intention for the sand replenishment project to go away. It's my intention to save $110,000 and have city staff deal with Mr. Levin's office.
Yeah, there's other ways to obtain grant funding for such things. We could look into that. Councilmember Ham, do you have any comments on this item?
Yeah, I do have some comments on this item. The first one is just to say that, sand replenishment is a really big deal to the residents of San Clemente. We just approved some pretty hefty construction contracts to ensure the safety of marine safety down there on the pier just north on the sand. And this is one of those projects that's going to ensure that marine safety stays there for another 50 years. And so I think sand replenishment is a huge deal. Unlike what Gene just said, it's not an additional $110,000. It's an increase of $66,000. And I recognize that we need to be pinching pennies in these times, but I would venture to say most people want our beaches bigger, not smaller. So I'm going to support this. And I just want to note that on page 2 of the report, we do have the ability to terminate this contract at any time. So if in 2 months' time we recognize that the federal government is broke, as you're outlining, or more broke than they currently are today, then we can eliminate this contract and we don't have to move forward. But I think at this time to not move forward would be doing ourselves and our residents a disservice. So I'm going to be supporting it. With that, I'll make a motion to move the item.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Ham, I apologize. We did have one more comment come in.
Oh, that would be fine, Deputy City Clerk. Please read the comment. Thank you.
Okay, the comment is from Brad Malamud. What a waste of money. Turn this down. And that's all we have.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. We have a second. So we'll take a vote. Everyone in favor say aye.
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 Councilmember James?
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is no. So that item is a tie, so it does not change the amount of the contract. So the money is not awarded in that regard due to the tie vote, which is status quo prevails. Okay, let's see, moving on here.
Yes. Moving on to public hearings.
Thank you.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is a public hearing to consider adoption of a city-initiated update on the mobility element roadway systems map. This is General Plan Amendment 20-011, and we do have at least one public comment when you're ready to open the public hearing.
Okay, I don't have a gavel up here today, so I will just use my words. We will open the public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember James. So the public hearing is now open.
Okay, the first comment, actually, let me just set my timer real quick because this is a longer one. First comment is from Wendy Shrove. The following is a petition I circulated requesting council make no changes to the general plan until council chambers is reopened to accommodate the full council, public, and the press. As of noon today, 110 fellow San Clemente residents have signed. A list of those residents is included at the end of this statement. Start of petition text. The San Clemente General Plan is the blueprint planning document for our city. Many, many hours are spent on this document, and it guides many decisions in our village by the sea. Today's City Council meeting includes an agenda item that makes several changes to our general plan, specifically the roadway systems map update. Some of the changes will reclassify street definitions from 4-lane to 2-lane streets. At this time, we are unable to have all council members present in chambers for council meetings. Also, neither the public nor the press is allowed into the council chambers. Members of the public are not allowed to address the council in person. This severely hinders our ability to have proper public hearings on important matters before the city. Please sign if you agree that no changes to our general plan should be considered until we are back to our regular council format, which includes all city council members, the public, and the press be allowed to enter the council chambers. End of petition text. This agenda item also requests that the city council determine there is no additional environmental impact per CEQA guidelines. This should not be taken lightly, and especially in light of last week's overwhelming opposition to reducing North El Camino Real from Estacion to El Portal from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. There were concerns about emergency evacuation in the event of a tsunami, first responder response time, and increased traffic and subsequent increased vehicle emissions related to that project. Further, although prior councils may have approved in advance other road diet projects, it is evident that before embarking on any new projects, the public should have a full opportunity to weigh in on completed road diet projects as to their environmental and economic impacts on San Clemente. For example, the El Camino Real road diet project from Estacion to Camino Capistrano has caused notable vehicle traffic delays since its completion. At the time of this project, current Councilmember Ham, when meeting with Shore Cliff residents, promised that the project would be used to evaluate its impact 6 months to a year after completion. This evaluation has not occurred. Other notable projects are the changes to Camino de los Mares and Camino Miracosta. The least we should do is evaluate the success or failure of these projects before making permanent changes to our roadway system. Any change to the general plan deserves the full participation by the public and should not be addressed at a time when even the council itself is not in the chambers and available to the public in person. Here is a list of residents in support of this petition. And actually, the first name is Brooke Chambers, and then the 3 minutes is up now. So I do have the full list of names for that petition. And then the second comment is from Bill Hart. I've studied this general plan amendment and understand its purpose to synchronize the general plan road designations with the OCTA's master plan of arterial highways. My comments do not pertain to the contents of the proposed amendment, but rather the process involved in any general plan amendment. The city's general plan is arguably the most important document in the city. It provides a blueprint for the city and policy guidance on nearly every decision made. Any amendment to the general plan ought to be performed in full daylight with ample opportunity for public input. Unfortunately, our current public meeting format offers less than optimal transparency and opportunity for public participation. Therefore, due to present circumstances, I recommend this item be continued until normal meeting format is restored and the public can fully participate in city council meetings. Those are all the public comments I have.
Actually, there is one more from Patty Murphy. Honorable City Council members, regarding agenda item 7A, I am opposed to reducing the number of vehicle lanes on El Camino Real as it will cause gridlock through intersections, increase side street and neighborhood traffic, and impede emergency vehicles. I urge you to vote no on this amendment to the general plan. Thank you. That's the end of comments.
I make a motion that we close the public hearing.
I'll second that. Thank you. And do we have any particular presentation on this or from staff?
Do you want to take a vote on that motion in a second?
Oh, sure. Thank you. That was great. All in favor of that motion? In second, say aye.
I'm sorry, I missed the.
Councilmember Ward, motion to close the public hearing comment, and I seconded it. So,
Okay.
all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, that passes. Thank you very much. And do we have any presentations from staff on this at the moment?
Yes, this is Christopher Wright, the project planner staff. Yes, this item is a general plan amendment to update the roadway systems map and the mobility element. It is a cleanup item to reflect previously approved projects for roadway projects. The general plan amendment reclassifies several roadways to reflect projects that the council reviewed and approved through multiple phases, including design, contract awards, and the initiation of this general plan amendment. Those approvals occurred from 2014 to 2016. The projects are the reclassifications are listed on page 2 of your report and shown on a map on page 16. The projects were approved to implement general plan policies to accommodate multi-modes of transportation as complete streets. And to pursue those projects, the Orange County Transportation Authority requires our general plan to be consistent with the master plan of arterial highways to maintain funding eligibility. Following the City Council approval of the roadway projects, the city pursued and obtained interim approval from the OCTA for a master plan of arterial highway approval. To finalize that approval, the general plan amendment is needed to clean up the general plan so that the general plan is consistent with the master plan of arterial highways. As part of the project approvals, the city and OCTA review traffic volumes to ensure that the projects maintain roadway performance and do not create new congestion. There were additional issues that staff reviewed for environmental impacts that are part of your resolution. And just to conclude that the Planning Commission recommended approval of this as a cleanup item, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Does council have any questions of Chris?
I have one question of Chris.
Yes.
Chris, so these changes are actually to reflect what is actually there and what our roadways are. Is that correct?
Yes, the changes are to reflect previously approved projects.
Okay, so what I would say to council is this is something that we do often, and we do work on OCTA with this, and it's very important that we get the grant funding from them because it pays for all of our paving projects and that we do throughout the city. So it's normal. It's not like anyone's trying to circumvent the general plan. These all went through council and a lot of staff time, and it's just a cleanup item. It's to reflect what's already there. So I would say to council that we should approve these so that we are consistent with the MPOD because that's very important for the building of our city.
Thanks, Councilmember Ward. Chris, I have a question. I know you mentioned this is cleanup, but in the third paragraph on page 2 about the proposed changes, 1 through 5, they're associated with roadway changes that were completed under recent street improvement projects. So they're not done yet. You're basically reclassifying from a secondary to a collector, which means lane removal. Is that correct? To make way for bike lanes on these 5 streets. And my second part of that question was, isn't the North El Camino Real Avenida Estacion to Camino Capistrano, isn't that already done? That first one, number 1?
Yeah, I'm going to ask that the Public Works Director answer specific project-related questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm really concerned about losing vehicular lanes, and there's other ways we could add bike lanes without doing that. And so that's concerned me, that the changing the secondary roads to divider collectors. So Tom, could you help me answer that question?
Sure, I would be happy to. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. This is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. So in answer to your question, this action does not clear the way for any new projects. The projects in the table you're referring to on page 2 of the staff report, items number 1 through 5, those lane reductions have already been done. They exist today, and in some cases, they have existed for a number of years already. So, and this is the process. We come at the end to do the general plan amendment based on interim OCTA approvals. So this amendment just memorializes what has already been approved and exists today. It will not clear the way for other road lane reduction projects.
Okay,
Does that
thank
answer
you.
your question?
Yes, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Any other questions of staff? I mean, of council, of staff, yes. Any other questions?
No, my comment is I'm reluctant to vote for this evening until we get to a point of having meaningful public comments. I think we owe it to the stakeholders. There's something here that I may have missed, and I just don't feel comfortable voting for it this evening. I'd much rather, I'm not prepared to reject it out of hand, but I would feel more comfortable tabling it until we can meet in person and have the public comment.
Yes, I can concur with you. I'd like to see some of these projects that have been reviewed here that are done, and some of the other changes being made in the environmental impact report. I don't have a copy of that, and I have not reviewed that, so that would be very beneficial for me. But yeah, definitely being open in our chambers with the full public and review on this. I agree with you. I think that would be great. Any other comments, council, on this?
Yeah, this is Councilmember Ham. I'm not going to oppose your decision to table this. I mean, effectively, if we go to vote on this and it fails, it's essentially tabled as well. I just think, you know, we are in the middle of a pandemic still, and we do have to get the business this done. And I'm not quite sure why every decision we're making we're going to be postponing until the meeting situation changes. If that's the case, then we shouldn't be conducting these meetings. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. I would support it, but if you guys are going to table it, then I'm not going to fight you on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. You know, we have had a few inquiries about this one, so if the people want to have this fully vetted and daylighted, and we have it at a time we're not shut down here at the council chambers, I'd agree. Would you like to make a motion? Anyone make a motion on this?
Before you make a motion, Gene, let me just make one more public comment and just state that I don't think that the residents of San Clemente are not getting their voices heard. Every meeting we've had, including the 2 special meetings that cost the city probably $4,000 to $5,000 for nothing to get accomplished, had multiple public comments in them. So I think it's an unfair characteristic to say that people aren't putting in their comments and they aren't being heard, because I believe they absolutely are being heard.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to table General Plan Amendment 20-11, 20-011, the roadway systems map update.
Okay. I could second that motion. Can we go ahead and take a roll call? Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye. So that passes 4-0 to table that to another table the General Plan Amendment 20-011 roadway systems map update. Thank you very much. So we'll close, let's see, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one.
Yes, this is item B. It's a public hearing to consider the establishment of fees for processing wireless permit applications for the review and permitting of small cell facilities And I do have a couple comments when you're ready to open the public hearing.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Okay. First comment is from Bonnie Barnes. One of the key points presented at the January 2020 Orange County Fire Authority workshop is that cities have the obligation to maintain 100-foot fire zone clearance along city utility roads in very high fire hazard severity zones, as mandated in California Government Code Title V, Chapter 6.8, Section 51182, subsection A. Therefore, permits for cell antenna and towers located in very high fire hazard severity zones needs to include an annual fire zone maintenance fee for costs to maintain fire zones along city utility roads. As city utility roads provide the only means of access to cell antenna and tower facilities in very high fire hazard severity zones, it is fair and reasonable to earmark a portion of permit fees for costs of fire zone maintenance. Cell tower and antenna businesses are designed to make a profit, with rates increasing over time. City fire zone maintenance reduces the risk of fire and protects these businesses. Since the city provides this protection, it is only fair that the cell antenna and tower businesses pay a fair share for the service. Moreover, as costs to maintain fire zones increase over time, the fire zone maintenance fee portion of the permit should include annual increases for the service. And she included that portion of the government code. I think I have time to read it real quick. She highlighted it. A person who owns, leases, controls, operates, or maintains an occupied dwelling or occupied structure in, upon, or adjoining a mountainous area, forest-covered land, brush-covered land, grass-covered land, or land that is covered with flammable materials, which area or land is within a very high fire severity zone designated by the local agency pursuant to Section 51179, shall at all times do the following. 1. Maintain defensible space of 100 feet from each side and from the front and rear of the structure, but not beyond the property line except as provided in paragraph 2. The amount of fuel modification necessary shall take into account the flammability of the structure as affected by building materials, building standards, location, and type of vegetation. Fuel shall be maintained in a condition so that a wildfire burning under average weather conditions would be unlikely to ignite the structure. This paragraph does not apply to single specimens of trees or other vegetation that are well pruned and maintained so as to effectively manage fuels and not form means of rapidly transmitting fire from other nearby vegetation to a structure or from a structure to other nearby vegetation. The intensity of fuels management may vary within the 100-foot perimeter of the structure, the most intense being within the first 30 feet around the structure. Consistent
Joanne,
with fuel
3 minutes
management.
is up.
Okay, that was the end of it anyway. Okay, and the next comment is from Courtney Morrow, and she says, yes, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could please read during the public hearing. Okay. Let's see. I think there's a lot of prefacing material.
I've got it, Joanne. Hello, council members. I'm providing comments on item 7B on tonight's agenda regarding the establishment of fee schedule for wireless permits. The FCC September order establishes that recurring and non-recurring fees be fair and reasonable. The staff report has indicated that it does not have a cost analysis for review of this new permit type. Why would the city in this instance establish a new fee amount for this new permit type? Fair and reasonable would be a fee consistent with all other permits related to wireless telecommunications facilities. It's also important to note that there is pending litigation waiting on a decision in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals specifically challenging the FCC order fee as being arbitrary and capricious. Until a ruling on this case has been given, the city should maintain the same fee schedule for all types of permits related to wireless telecommunications facilities. Small cell applications via the new wireless permit should not be given a preferential pricing, i.e. lower fees, and ask that you consider keeping the application fee the same for new poles and collocations. May I also remind the council that the public requested reduced fees for appeals on these wireless permits and were denied this request. Please consider the impact of the decisions that you make as allowing reduced fees for these applications would once again only benefit the applicant.
And the next communication is from Patty Murphy. Honorable council members, I urge you to prevent and block the communications companies, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, etc., from installing new 5G towers and units in and around our neighborhoods and the community of San Clemente. These cell towers are a threat to our health, our children's health, and our wildlife. They have not been studied properly and certainly have not been proven safe. Other countries have banned such cell towers until they can be proven safe. As a cancer survivor, I want to prevent cancer recurrence and am adamantly against the EMF radiation these towers emit. I urge you to request additional research studies to prove safety to our citizens before allowing these new 5G units to be installed in San Clemente. Thank you.
All right, the next comment is from Christy Newhausen. Hello, City Council members. I'm providing comments on item 7B on tonight's agenda regarding the establishment of fee schedule for wireless permits. The FCC September order establishes that recurring and non-recurring fees be fair and reasonable. The staff report has indicated that it does not have a cost analysis for review of this new type permit. Why would the city in this instance establish a new fee amount for this new permit type? Fair and reasonable would be a fee consistent with all other permits related to wireless telecommunication facilities. It's also important to note that there is pending litigation waiting on a decision in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, specifically challenging the FCC's order fees as being arbitrary and capricious. Until a ruling on this case has been given, the city should maintain the same fee schedule for all types of permits related to wireless telecommunications facilities. Small cell applications via this new wireless permit should not be given preferential pricing and ask that you consider keeping the application fee the same for new poles and collocations. They also remind council that the public requested reduced fees for appeals on these wireless permits and were denied the request. Please consider the impact of the decision that you make as allowing reduced fees for these applications would once again only benefit the applicant. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next is from Parker Wondries. Thank you for your service. I respectfully submit my comments. I'm providing comments on item 7B on tonight's agenda regarding the establishment of fee schedule for wireless permits. The FCC September order establishes that recurring and non-recurring fees be fair and reasonable. The staff report has indicated that it does not have a cost analysis for review of this new permit type. Why would the city in this instance establish a new fee amount for this new permit type? Fair and reasonable would be a fee consistent with all other permits related to wireless telecommunication facilities. It's also important to note that there is pending litigation in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals specifically challenging the FCC's orders fees as being arbitrary and capricious. Until a ruling on this case has been given, the city should maintain the same fee schedule for all types of permits related to the wireless telecommunications facilities. Small cell applications via this new wireless permit should not be given preferential pricing and ask that you consider keeping the application fee the same for new poles and collocations. May I remind the council that the public requested reduced fees for appeals on these wireless permits and were denied this request. Please consider the impact of the decision that you make as allowing reduced fees for these applications would once again only benefit the applicant. Next comment is from Anne-Marie Hines. Wireless companies should have a fee rate that is consistent with all other permits that apply to wireless applications. Small cell 5G applications should have wireless permit fees for new poles and equipment that are consistent with what everyone else pays. And the final comment is from Jaime Mainberger. We the people are saying no to 5G. There are so many reasons why we do not approve of 5G being installed or turned on in San Clemente, not to mention anywhere else in Orange County. There will be blood on your hands as elected officials if you approve this devastatingly unhealthy radiation. I strongly urge you not to approve this. We do not want it in our city or our county. I am baffled as to why we elected people to be on your seats that are supposed to be working for us and protecting us, and instead we are having to fight with you. So let us go back to work and resume life. And now we have to fight for 5G to not go up. Do what is right for the people. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Deputy City Clerk. I'll make a motion to close the public comment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Can we take a vote on that to close the public comment? Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thanks. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye, so we've closed the public hearing comments. Unanimous 4-0. And staff, would you like to provide a presentation? Do we have Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett here with us tonight?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and members of the City Council. Katie Crockett, Associate Planner.
Great.
Before you this evening is a resolution establishing a fee schedule for wireless permits for installations of small cell facilities under San Clemente Municipal Code Section 17.16.075, adopted by the City Council in March. By way of background, the FCC in Declaratory Ruling and Order number 18-133 established the requirement that all non-recurring fees for small cell facilities such as application fees be fair and reasonable costs directly incurred by the city. They have established some safe harbor amounts for non-recurring fees, which they have determined would be presumptively reasonable. These safe harbor fees are $500 per application for co-locations, including up to 5 small cell facilities, with an additional $100 for each small cell facility beyond 5, and $1,000 per application for a new pole intended to support one or more small cell facilities. Staff recommends utilizing these fees at this time until such time that we have processed wireless permits and have actual cost data for calculating the city's actual costs. This will allow the city to recover some of the processing costs for applications without conflicting with the FCC order. Once we have actual cost data, the city can modify the wireless permit fees if they differ significantly from the safe harbor fees. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Katie. Do we have any questions, council members?
I do have a question. I mean,
please.
As we look at 5G, and I agree with all the previous authors, it is the FCC rules are arbitrary and capricious. There's no doubt about that. I'm a little confused on what our fees should be, but certainly these are large, huge corporations making a lot of money. We all spend a lot of money on our cell phones and cell service. It would appear to me that if we were to do anything, we would significantly increase our fee schedule on these companies. I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilmember James. I have a question of the city attorney, Scott. As the city attorney, what's your legal opinion as to what liability we face, say, if we applied our existing wireless application fees, rates, to these small cell sites while we're awaiting that pending litigation at the 9th District Court of Appeals? Is there any liability that we're opening up ourselves to?
Well, I think what you're allowed, as is explained in the staff report, is these revenues is full cost recovery of the service you're rendering and reviewing and issuing or denying applications. And so I haven't seen the Nexus study that goes with your current fee schedule, but to the extent that it exceeds the actual costs of review, then yeah, we would be at risk under the current FCC rules. This is, if I could, Mayor Pro Tem, an issue quite apart from this is the rate of return on use of city facilities and what the wear and tear on facilities, the cost of maintenance is. Let's call that the lease rate for using city infrastructure. That's a different matter entirely. And staff is ready and is evaluating those costs, the cost of wear and tear, the value of having use of your infrastructure as opposed to these processing fees, which really, as staff has indicated in the report, can't exceed the cost of addressing and reviewing permit applications.
Right, great. Thank you, City Attorney. That's very helpful. And one more question, but this is for Katie. What is the difference percentage-wise in terms of the fees compared to just the standard site telecommunication sites we process and the small cell sites? Is it dramatically different?
Well, so I would say it's dramatically different. The application fee for both a conditional use permit for a new wireless facility that is not a small cell, or for a city antenna permit for a new wireless facility that's not a small cell on city property is deposit based, and that's a $5,000 deposit. So those do end up being actual costs. We bill our time against those, but that $5,000 up front would differ significantly from, say, the $1,000 that staff is currently proposing.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Mr. City Attorney, anything that we spoke about earlier today, would it be germane to this conversation now?
Well, yeah, Councilmember James, I think so, and you can go ahead, but the conversation that we had earlier today spurred my comment a minute ago that there are two cost and revenue centers associated with this type of installation. One is the processing fee, which is before you right now, but the other that you brought up later is the value of the lease and the value of siting it as co-located on city infrastructure. And that revenue source, which doesn't have the time and materials constraint that you're talking about tonight, is a whole nother matter that I don't want to steal your thunder, but you asked us to explore and to be real conscientious about going forward as the city looks at requests for co-location on city infrastructure. Is that what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, you can steal my thunder all day long on this because you're going to explain it better than I will.
Two separate things. This is just recouping the cost of the applications. And then the value of the land and the leasehold, that's coming up. That's a separate conversation that at least you hadn't forgotten about when you asked about it earlier today.
Are there any more comments or questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation, adopt resolution number 20-37 entitled "The Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, establishing a fee schedule for wireless permits to install small cell facilities under San Clemente Municipal Code sections 17.16.075.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion. I just want to make clarification, though, that I'm not supportive of 5G in the community, as Gene and I voted against it earlier this year. I'm going to second this because it's just a fee structure.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember James?
No.
Councilmember Ward? Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, I'm a no. So that motion ties. At this point, we will not be creating a new fee structure for the small cell wireless facilities under the Municipal Code 7.16.075. Okay, so we will close that public hearing.
Okay, and the next public hearing is item C, public hearing to consider the submission of the 2020 to 2021 Annual Action Plan for Community Development Block Grant Funds, the 2020 to 2024 Consolidated Plan, and the 2020 to 2024 Orange County Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing. And again, I have at least one comment when you're ready to open the public hearing.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, the comment is from Jackie Tranny. Good evening, council members and city staff. Please provide specific details on how public participation in the formation of the consolidated plan was publicized and results of the public input. I regret that I missed seeing any announcements. I've spoken with other concerned community members who also missed the opportunity to review the plan and comment. We would like to see the time for public comment extended another 30 days. Please make a motion to do so. The top 3 priorities are listed in order as housing, infrastructure, and social services. I encourage you to utilize as much of this funding as possible to directly aid those most in need of housing and social services. Thank you. Jackie Tranny, 23 years, San Clemente resident, volunteer homeless advocate. And that's all the public comments I have.
Okay, thank you, Deputy City Clerk. We'll make a motion to close the public comment on this item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. All in favor of closing public comment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. We close public comment unanimous 4-0. Do we have a staff presentation on this tonight?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This is Gabriel Perez, your city planner, and good evening, city council members.
Hello.
So this item includes the draft 2021 annual action plan. That action plan identifies the proposed expenditures for community development block grant funds, also known as CDBG. So the purpose of that plan is to receive the city's allocated CDBG funds and then provide community development project details and connections with the funds. The city will be receiving a CDBG allocation of $356,108 for the fiscal year 2021. And we will also use $173,583 from prior year CDBG funds for a total of $529,691. The CDBG action plan identifies what our funding priorities would be, and that would include funding public improvements, housing and commercial rehabilitation, public services, and administration. Also with this agenda item includes a consolidated plan, and this consolidated plan is a requirement of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it's required for CDBG recipient communities every 3 to 5 years. So this plan would cover a 5-year period from fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2024 through 25. The plan includes a housing and community needs assessment, also a housing market analysis, a 5-year strategic plan, and an annual action plan. So just to reference the comment that we did receive earlier, we did publicize it through the San Clemente Times. We also provided a press release. The plan is made available on the city website. We did have a community workshop for this on January 30th. And, we did also bring up this topic before the Human Affairs Committee, who's also participated in that workshop on January 30th. So that's the end of my report. Staff does recommend the council approve the 2024 consolidated plan, also the fiscal year 2021 CDBG annual action plan, adopt the 20 through 24 Orange County analysis of impediments to fair housing, and then authorize the city managers to submit the annual action plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which will execute the HUD contract. That's the end of my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perez. You did a very excellent report. It was very thorough and detail-oriented, so thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Perez?
I have none.
Thanks. Councilmember Ward? Councilmember James?
None for me. Mr. Perez did very good. Well.
Councilmember Ham, do you have any comments or questions?
None.
Will you entertain a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I would.
I approve that we adopt staff recommendation, approve and adopt the fiscal year 2020 through 2024 consolidated plan. Number 2, approve and adopt the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual action plan for use of community development block grant funds. 3, adopt the 2024 Orange County analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. 4, approve and authorize the city manager or the assistant manager's designee to submit the consolidated plan and action plan to HUD and sign all certifications, forms, and appropriate agreements for the use of funds approved in the 2020-2021 annual action plan.
Thank you. I'll second your motion. Can we go ahead and take a vote on that? Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0. 4-0. Okay, we'll go ahead and close that public hearing. And our next item is unfinished business. Those we have none. New business is the warrant register. Do we have any comments, City Clerk, on the warrant register?
I don't have any. Oh, one did come in.
Okay. Should I go ahead and read it?
Great, that would be wonderful. Thanks.
This comment is from Ryan Bork. Elite Enforcement received upwards of $10,000 for beach parking lot security. I don't understand why our city staff and OC Sheriff can't stay on top of any issues. How much are we spending on security? And Elite Enforcement on May 15th is upwards of $20,000. And that's it for public comments on 9A.
Okay, thank you, Deputy City Clerk. Let's see. So can we go ahead and, let's see, we're new business, the warrant register. Do we have a motion to adopt the warrant register? I'm looking at Councilmember James. I think he might have a comment to make. Do you have a comment, Councilmember James?
I agree with Mr. Bork. You know, I've looked at the Elite Enforcement security amounts paid, and you know, I think council needs to have a better understanding of how much we're paying, what we're paying for, what the objectives are. So I am concerned about Elite Enforcement and how much we're paying them and how much longer we're going to pay them.
And do we know if that's COVID-19 related, and we'll be submitting for trying to get money back for that and reimbursable expense?
Yes,
do we have any?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, it is COVID-19 related, and consequently we are applying for reimbursement from the Federal Emergency Management Agency that goes through the County of Orange, through the state of California, and on to FEMA for the purposes of reimbursement, much like it is any of the other actions that might be qualified under the reimbursement for federal emergency, state emergency, and so forth. We're using this service because the number of people that we have for the purposes of supporting our efforts related to beach closures, to parking closures, is limited. The Sheriff's Department is incredibly busy in terms of other actions that they are responsible for maintaining. We have supplemented a variety of efforts with our own recreation staff, with our code enforcement folks, in a variety of efforts. However, we have found that the better way by which to address not all, but certainly some of these efforts is to have the support of a private security company who can assist in helping to educate and try to seek voluntary compliance as it relates to the actions for which we have them assigned. And with that, and for more specifics, I guess I would ask Mr. Vonnegut, who is responsible for the parking issues and has managed this contract for us, if he has anything additional that he would like to share.
Thank you. This is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. I think I'll only add that at this time, as we have gotten over the initial shock and trying to move quickly to deal with the issues as they have arisen, we have already been scaling back our engagement with Elite, and we are only down to one guard for a few more weeks unless we get further direction. So we had a number of staff helping us out, and we've been scaling that back as we've been able to sort of normalize our situation, if you will.
My comment is, I have a question. Industry standard in the security industry, particularly as it relates to contract security guards, is the use of what's called post orders. Did we give them post orders? Did they have exactly what their duties were supposed to be? And I now I'll have a comment, and then you can follow up with your response. But these guys, I saw them driving across the fairways at the golf course to intercept a couple just walking. I received several phone calls about that, as a matter of fact, by enraged citizens. These guys didn't didn't look that well. It didn't look professional, and I just didn't think they reflected well upon the city. And I would submit that if we were to need security guard services in the future, that we do not only a better job of vetting the vendor, but do a much better job in vetting that individual security guard.
Yeah, those are very good comments, Councilmember James. And my concern is our beach parking lots are fenced off. So why do we need patrol of those? No cars can get in, no people. They've been fenced off by staff. Do we know what they're actually doing for 7,680? I'm looking at that line item here. Do we know what they're doing?
Members of the council, we have used them for a variety of efforts, and Councilmember James referred to the incident on the golf course. Certainly not something that we condone, didn't know about that fundamentally, but we did change that behavior immediately, and I would agree with the comments that Councilmember James made. With respect to the firm that we had, we did make some personnel kinds of changes. We did provide a golf cart eventually, so that individual would not be driving his vehicle. Apparently did not end up necessarily having the right kinds of directions perhaps from their supervisor. But fundamentally we changed those actions as the dynamic of our actions changed as well. So we had them in a variety of places, not always at parking lots, but entrances to a variety of locations. We did not have all of our parking lots closed off. We did have other areas that were simply barricaded with barriers, but not with fencing. So we used them in a variety of ways. But as Mr. Vonnegut indicated, we have found our ability now, since we are moving through, I think, opening several of our facilities like the golf course, we certainly no longer need someone there. So we've changed all of those habits. We did it initially only because we had a lack of bandwidth in our staff to try to appropriately apply an implementation of the directions that the council had previously approved, and those which I had approved as the emergency services director. So we do not anticipate the need to maintain this service much longer at all.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Is there anything stopping us from just killing this contract tomorrow? Or do they have a term on their contract? Which I hope not, because we didn't know how long this pandemic would impact us.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, I doubt that there is a term for which we cannot cancel, and so that's something that we evaluate on a regular basis, and it would be my intention not to use their service any day longer than we absolutely would need to. but I would defer to Mr. Vonnegut at this point as to where he has them located, and if he feels in his judgment that we might need them for a couple of more days. But this is not something that we're going to be doing on any long-term basis whatsoever.
Okay, thank you very much, City Manager. I appreciate your input on that. So with that said, do we have any more comments or questions, council members? If not, would someone like to make a motion to adopt the warrant register?
So moved.
I'm sorry, did I miss a motion? Oh, well, I'll make the motion to adopt the warrant register.
I'll second.
Okay, can we go ahead and take a vote on that? All in the support of adopting the warrant register. We also have the payroll register. Say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. So that passes Okay, next we have oral communications part 2. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk?
Oh, yes, the Deputy City Clerk received a late one.
We did just receive one, so I'll go ahead and read that if you're ready. Council members Ham, Ward, Ferguson, and James. I know a lot of people who are not happy with the result of last meeting's nomination for mayor and mayor pro tem. It is too bad that we couldn't all come together. We could use the leadership of a mayor during these times. I offered up myself to fill the open council seat until the November election. We weren't able to come together on that either. I want to thank Council Member James and Ferguson for their support, and for Council Members Ham and Ward for taking the time to consider this, which took multiple calls and communications to come to a determination. I would hope that one of you agendize the appointment of an interim council member to fill the vacant seat that you can, at least with a majority agree on, and someone who would not be running in November, is to not create an unfair advantage to this candidate over the others. I know that Councilmember James has voiced his support for going through this process to find an interim council member. Again, I think it is best to agendize the recruitment of an interim council member. Though a lot of things seem to be a split vote, I can only hope and pray that you can all come together to pass the city budget. We need to see clear and measurable plans with numbers and scenarios from Assistant City Manager Sund to be able to weather the likely revenue shortfall we are facing due to COVID-19. I hope that the upcoming budget workshop is fruitful and that we can all come together. Sincerely, Ryan Fork. And that's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy City Clerk. Hearing no more comments, we can move on to reports. Commissions and committees.
There are none. Under City Manager is the COVID-19 update, and we do have quite a few emails on this one when you're ready.
That's great. City Clerk, yes, we'd love to hear those comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. Kelsey Yamano is the first comment. Please open our pool. My name is Kelsey Yamano, and I'm a swimmer on the San Clemente Aquatics team. I've been a dedicated member of the team since 2011, and these past months have been by far the longest I have ever been out of the pool in 9 years. After working hard all that time to get where I was a few months ago, the pool's closing mean a major setback in the most vital time of my career as I'm trying to get into college for the sport. Any time out of the pool takes at least twice as long to make up. It would take months to get the swimmers back into shape. If pools do not open soon, there will be no way to make up that lost time in hopes of getting into college. All swimmers have worked extremely hard to get into swimming shape, and there's only so much that out-of-the-pool workouts can do to prevent time loss. Our team has crafted a detailed plan on how to create a safe environment for athletes and coaches, which will be even safer than running trails where athletes can have contact with others. Other cities, such as Mission Viejo Nadadores, have opened their facilities for certain groups. The virus does not care if the pool is run by the city or club. Our pool is no different. We have numerous record-holding athletes who need to get back in the water, not only to help our performance, but also to improve our mental health. High school swimmers rely on performance and being active to keep their endorphins up. Negative states of mind will weaken one's immune system, thus making it even easier to contract the virus. So please open our pools. Help change our lives. Next comment. I'm writing this email in regards to the Vista Hermosa swimming pool in San Clemente Aquatics. My children have been members of the swim team for over 5 years. We are hoping that the pool will be allowed to reopen as soon as possible to allow swim team practice to resume with safety precautions. With swimming and surfing now allowed in the ocean, I'm confident that my children will be able to safely swim at the pool under the new safety guidance of San Clemente Aquatics coaching staff. This one's from Colleen Huck. Next comment is from Delphi Setch. Dear San Clemente City Council, we are lifelong residents of San Clemente, and 3 of our children are members of the San Clemente Aquatics team. We are pleading with you to vote to open the city pools. Our children miss their main sport, competitive swimming. Our high schooler is very anxious to get back in the pool, as other cities have already opened their pools, allowing other competitors, the Nadadors, etc., to practice. My son knows each practice he misses puts him at a disadvantage. Our club, SCAT, has a very clear plan on how to run practices with appropriate, safe social distancing. Please, please, please allow the kids to get back to their healthy activity. Losing their normal school and social lives has been very difficult for them. Allowing them to get back to their sport would be so beneficial. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment is from Lisa Gunning-Kopp. My name is Jaden Kopp, and I'm a lead swimmer for San Clemente Aquatics, the SC Aquatic Center. We are hoping you will consider our social distancing plan submitted by our coach, Goran Westerlund. The sport of swim can be operated with very effective safety and social distancing measures, probably more so than golf. Please watch video below. And they inserted a link to the video. We're not asking you to open for recreational swimming, only for competitive club swimming and training. Also want to make you aware that several OC cities have opened their pools for swim clubs, for swimming and, I just lost my, and training. Some examples are Mission Viejo Nadadors opened on May 8th. Fullerton Aquatic Sports Team opened on May 13th, and they provided a screenshot. Even the Nova Master Swimming Program and the Warrant Aquatic Center in Irvine started back in the pool May 4th. They are using Sign Up Genius to limit to 10 swimmers lanes available per time slot, and they again provide a link to click on to view. If the Masters can open, why can't we? This will give other swimmers a big edge over San Clemente. Southern California Swimming is still planning on opening its regionally based competition in August. Please let us get back in the pool and train so we can be competitive with other Orange County cities.
Next email is from Jaden Kopp. Dear City Council, I think this one's this one is a duplicate. So I'm going to move on to the next one, which is from Anna O'Brien. My name is Anna O'Brien, and my daughter Emily O'Brien has been with San Clemente Aquatics since 2011, and we have loved every minute of it. I know it's scary times, but we have seen other pools open up, such as the Nadadors and Fast. The virus doesn't care if it's a private or public pool. We will have protocol to make sure there is no contact. Those entering the pool do not have the virus, and we will practice social distancing. Please listen to our request to open up our beloved pool. Next email is from Christina Martinez, San Clemente City Council. I would like to request that you allow access to the Hermosa pool for the San Clemente swim team. My son is ADHD, and due to the shutdown, this change in routine and lack of exercise has been extremely difficult for him. The pool is an area where he can gain peace and release energy that allows him better focus in other daily activities. I strongly advise the committee to consider these mental health issues as well as the physical health as part of their reopening strategy. I am confident that the San Clemente swim team has provided extensive documentation on how they will ensure the safety of the swimmers upon reopening. I have the utmost respect for the coaching staff and know that my child is safe in their hands. Additionally, we as parents will do what is necessary to ensure the safety of the community as well. If you have further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at, and she provides her phone number, proud partner of a child on the San Clemente swim team. The next email is from Marie Wilson. Hello, City Council members. My name is Marie Wilson, and I am a board member of San Clemente Aquatics team, but most important, I am a mother to 2 amazing children who love to swim. My girls have both been swimming since they were very young. It is an outlet for both mental and physical stress relief. It has been very difficult these past weeks not having the Vista Hermosa Aquatic Center open. We understand the need to continue keeping the community safe. But we also need to return to some form of normality for our children's well-being. Our swim coaches and board members have been working diligently on a safe way to return to the pool for practices. Other teams have already returned to their pools for swim practices. Let's do the same.
Next comment is from Andy Villarete. Dear Robert Dunick and City Council members, I'm writing on behalf of San Clemente Aquatics team and the request to safely reopen the city's facilities. My daughter is on the swim team and I am an annual pass holder for the city pools. We understand the directive from our governor to be part of the third phase of the reopening process and would like to request the city to reconsider opening sooner for both the team and individual use. The swim team has developed a safety protocol to meet the social distancing guidelines, and I'm prepared to fully cooperate with the guidelines set by the city for individual use. We value the excellent facilities and feel they are an important part of our physical and mental health. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Next comment, attention City Council, San Clemente City Council. I've been a homeowner in San Clemente for 6 years. I have 2 daughters, ages 15 and 10, that are members of the San Clemente Aquatics team. They've been out of the pool since March 15th, and it's time to reopen our pools. Our coaches have made a thorough plan to social distance and run swim practice within all guidelines from the state and CDC guidelines. We have multiple pools in Orange County that are now open. The virus doesn't care if a pool is run privately or publicly. It's the same risk, and other pools have proven social distancing can be done, and it's a very low risk to our team. I'm asking the City Council immediately reopen the pools for club swimmers of the San Clemente Aquatics team. Signed, Heidi Phillips. Next comment is from James Chow. We are residents of San Clemente and are in favor of opening the pools to resume swim training with SCAT. We are comfortable with the proposed methods of social distancing. Next comment is from Chelsea Shoup. I'm writing to express our desire that the city pools be reopened as soon as possible. Research has shown that proper chlorination of pool water kills the virus, and I have the utmost confidence in the SCAT club management to keep the swimmers socially distanced. Other cities have reopened their pools. Our swimmers need to get back to it, especially my 15-year-old boy. Thank you for all you do for our city. We love our town.
The next email is from Margaret Van Blurk, MD. And she writes, as a mom and a pediatrician, I am very concerned that our children are not getting to partake in their sports this year. My son is a competitive swimmer in college, and he needs to get back into the pool and train. Our swimmers are very healthy and are not likely to become very ill with COVID-19. The swim coaches have prepared well to safely bring the swimmers back to practice. Many other swimmers in the community have been back in the water for several weeks. You are doing our swimmers and our city a disservice by not allowing our most elite swimmers back in the pool. Coach Gorin has built up this team over the past several years, and now we will have several athletes going to university with swim scholarships. These elite athletes train year-round, and it will take them several months to get back into shape to compete at the same level. We have seen very few cases of COVID-19 in young, healthy people. It is time to let these hardworking athletes get back to the pool. Next email is from Timothy Paisley. Dear Council, my name is Timothy Paisley, and I am a competitive swimmer for the San Clemente Aquatics team and a junior at San Clemente High School. My dream is to further my swimming career at the Division I collegiate level, and I am close. However, the closures of the pools have limited my ability to train and achieve my dreams. Our main competition, the Mission Viejo Nadadores, have been in the water since May 1st without any outbreaks or hiccups. Our club has been informed and are prepared to use the guidelines given to us by USA Swimming to begin training as soon as possible. However, this latency of reopening the pools have forced me to travel to a different state, Arizona, in order to achieve my goal. Spending money we should not have to spend in order to get the training I need. I love San Clemente and love my teammates on San Clemente Aquatics. I want to come home, but the lag on the city's part is not allowing me to do so. You may see my perspective as self-promoting. However, I assure you, it is echoed not only by my teammates, but lap swimmers in the city as well. Thank you for your consideration. Next email is from Summer Miller. I am a San Clemente resident and parent of 2 children who swim for San Clemente Aquatics team, and I would love to see the pool reopened, especially for swim team practices. These practices benefit them in so many ways, and I know the team and families, including my own, are committed to practicing a safe and responsible way. Please consider giving these kids this low-risk activity. The structure, exercise, and routine are desperately needed during these times. Next email is from Christine Musial. Greetings, council members. I am writing to ask you to please consider authorizing the immediate opening of all pools in the city, including HOA pools. I have children that are in desperate need of getting back to their swim-related sports and for the mental health outdoor exercise provides the young people of our community. I'm certain we could be responsible and abide by whatever guidance are put in place, such as lane line reservations, time limits, only allowing one adult supervisor per swimmer, no sunbathing, removing 50% of the chairs and all tables, etc. Please help the kids in San Clemente have a somewhat normal summer. Thank you very much. Next email is from Noah Seck. Hi, I'm a club swimmer who is desperate to get back in the water. Please vote or whatever to open up the pool. We have a social distancing plan ready when the pool opens. Thank you.
Next comment is from Debbie Gallimore. As a parent of two teenage daughters who have been members of the San Clemente Aquatic Team since 2012, I'm writing in response to Agenda Item 11B to request that the city reopen the Aquatic Center for active use, more specifically for San Clemente Aquatic Swim Team practices. To be clear, San Clemente Aquatic Swim Team practices should not be lumped into the same category as recreation swim and free choice play where social distancing is difficult. Swim team practices are single active use and are strongly supervised by a USA swimming certified and insured coaching staff. In an 8-foot wide swim lane, social distancing can be easily accomplished. Using USA swimming guidelines, head coach Goran Westerlin and the SCA coaching staff put together an extensive practice plan which was shared with city staff. There is already a local precedent for Orange County swim teams returning to city-operated pools, with the Mission Viejo Nadadores practicing at the Marguerite Aquatic Center since May 1, and Fullerton Aquatic Swim Team practicing at the Janet Evans Swim Complex since May 13th. Finally, per CDC website, there's no evidence that the virus that causes COVID-19 can be spread to people through the water in pools, hot tubs, spas, or water play areas. Proper operation and maintenance, including disinfection with chlorine and bromine of these facilities, should inactivate the virus in the water. During this difficult time, our kids' physical and mental health would be greatly improved by a safe return to their sport. Please reopen the San Clemente Aquatics facilities for swim practices. Best regards, Debbie Gallimore. Next comment is from Carrie Mulcahy. Please consider opening up city pools for our local swim teams, and if they can prove a social distancing, clean sanitation model, open up for leisurely use thereafter. We need to get back to normal, and our kids need and miss their swim practices. Next comment is from Patty Nickel. I'm writing on behalf of the San Clemente Masters Swim Team and the all-year-round swimmers who reside in Orange County. San Clemente Masters Team, based in San Clemente, has had a more than 2-decade history of providing an aquatic fitness program for adults who choose to swim for health, fitness, or competition. On behalf of all the swim teams and their members in Orange County, we ask that you please consider reopening our public pools for swim team exercise use. Our use of public swimming pools occurs outside of the general public use, and we are confident we can meet all safety requirements related to social distancing during our limited swim team use. Our high standard of a safety includes not sharing equipment or passing equipment from person to person. We always maintain a minimum 6-foot distance, unlike unsupervised recreational activities, and we were submerged in COVID-19 virus-killing chlorinated water for the duration of our workout. We believe swimming, like walking, hiking, running, and cycling, is a healthy activity that is critical within our community. Swimming does not require direct contact between teammates or coaches, and social distancing can be naturally maintained throughout practice and in entry and exit protocols by the pre-existing lane lines. As with all exercise and activity at this time, swimming must comply with standards for social distancing and safety within aquatic facilities. We know with collaboration between U.S. master swimming coaches, public health officials, and facility operators, we can create safe plans for using aquatic facilities to promote physical and mental health opportunities compliant with public health directives. The CDC has indicated there is no evidence of disease spread through treated water. Proper operation and maintenance, including disinfection with chlorine and bromine of these facilities, will allow for safe use and elimination of the COVID-19 virus in the water and on the adjacent pool deck, which is typically soaked with chlorinated water. Please consider the opening of our public pools for swim team use under the following parameters. Initial swim practice is limited to 2 swimmers per lane, starting at opposite ends of a 25-yard pool for 4 swimmers per lane when using a 50-meter pool. With these distances between swimmers, the social distancing requirements can easily be maintained. Athletes must maintain a 6-foot distance when entering and exiting the facility. There will be clear markings at the entrance of the 6 feet apart, and any short line develops. We do not anticipate any lines with only a few athletes at the facility at any given time. You will require hand sanitizing before entry into the facility and upon exiting the facility. Athletes will not be allowed to use the changing room or changing room showers and will arrive and leave with their swimsuits on. Only 1 swimmer at a time will be allowed to use the toilet and will clean the area after use with provided disinfectant. And that 3 minutes is up.
Okay, the next email is from Lana Gallimore. Council members, being a high-level member of the San Clemente Aquatics swim team, I write in regards to Agenda Item 11B and the reopening of aquatics facilities for the active use of the pool for our swim practices. In particular, I request that our practices be prioritized over recreational swimming activity. Unlike these somewhat crowded and unruly free swims, our sport is structured to adapt to safe social distancing practices. We shall not endanger the health of ourselves and others by using your facility to train. Additionally, the training done by many high school level swimmers is crucial to their careers as an athlete. At their caliber of dedication, it is essential to maintain one's agility and feel of the water. A missing chunk of practices will be progressively more different to recover from as time goes on. I sincerely hope that you will allow my team to re-enter the pool and begin to practice once more. By doing this, you will ensure our well-being and good performance when competitions are hosted again. Next email is from Donna SCIMIA from Dana Point. Dear Council, I have been an avid member of San Clemente Aquatics for 8 years. I am so appreciative of the facility and what it has to offer. I started using it for rehabilitation for knee replacement. Enjoyed it so much that I continued to be a member. Now I am in the throes of spine rehabilitation. The neurosurgeon highly recommended swimming for that purpose. Yes, walking is another alternative for rehabilitation, which I also do. However, swimming is a non-weight bearing activity and is more conducive to my issues. I can only hope that this issue of opening the pool can be implemented without delay. We are all aware of the protocol for safety in the COVID-19 atmosphere and can see how these guidelines can be used by the swimmers. I thank you all for your tireless input and dedication. My appreciation has no boundaries. The next email is from Celeste Prolo. I am writing to inquire about the reopening of the San Clemente Aquatic Center to elite swimmer of the SCA swim team. I am the parent of a Division I collegiate swimmer who is hoping to get back in the pool to continue his training here in San Clemente. The City of Mission Viejo has allowed Mission Viejo nadadores to continue to train for this summer swim season, as well as the Olympic trials that have been postponed until 2021, giving more swimmers the opportunity to make their trail cuts. This is a huge advantage over San Clemente. The City of Mission Viejo worked with the team and came up with a safety protocol to resume training. Nadadores are following a strict set of guidelines in training as many as 18 athletes at one time. Among the club's requirements, athletes enter the aquatic complex one at a time, 10 feet apart, and wearing their suits. They are required to arrive 15 minutes early. Locker rooms and showers are closed. Swimmers exit the facility walking 10 feet apart and access a different gate and en route to their cars. The Nadadores 50-meter pool features 18 lanes for a short course configuration. Each athlete is assigned an individual lane that is 9 feet wide. Swimmers navigate the middle of their lane for social distancing. If swimmers need to use the restroom, there is a facility at the swim school that athletes must clean afterwards. Swimmers are not allowed to hang out in the parking lot after practice. Coaches wear masks while on deck and are charged with making sure the health and safety guidelines are followed. SCA is a member of USA Swimming, which carries an insurance policy that covers SCA practices. USA Swimming has posted their new swimming guidelines and meet requirements that will allow swim meets to begin as soon as July. USA Swim's goal is to return to small competitions such as sanctioned intra-squad meets, virtual meets, and potentially community-based dual meets. And the next email is from Gary Springer. Dear City Council, I am a member of the Masters of San Clemente and sorely miss being able to exercise with my fellow swimmers on a daily basis. Not only is swimming a total body workout, but I am convinced it has helped me personally to weather many diseases. Further, the chlorine in the pool would be a deterrent to the virus. Master swimmers are highly disciplined and would rigorously follow safety precautions when using the pool facilities. Please consider reopening the pool for our members. Next communication is from Taryn McKean. Dear City of San Clemente, can you please reopen Vista Hermosa Aquatic Center? I am 9 years old and swim for the San Clemente Aquatics team. Since the pool that we swim in is closed, I can't practice swimming and beat my time in races. I hope you consider reopening Vista Hermosa Aquatic Center. Wishing you and your family a good rest of quarantine and that all of you are healthy and safe.
Next comment is from Devin McKean. Dear City of San Clemente, my name is Devin McKean. I'm 11 years old and I'm an avid swimmer. I've noticed that you have shut down the pool and aren't allowing anyone to go swimming. If you have kids, would you have most likely encouraged them to go outside and play or go for a walk? I know mine do. But what you might not have known is that swimming burns way more calories than just walking. It is also extremely hard to earn back all the time we lost while in quarantine. Even though we supposedly still social distancing, swimming is an outdoor sport and not an enclosed one where germs are more likely to spread. If you let the pools open, even if you just open the lap swimming lanes or let the swim team in, that would be great because then our coaches could put less of us in each lane so we do not need to touch as often. We could still social distance, kind of, and still get our workout. We also will get our own gear to use, so there's no need to constantly wipe things down as you would at a gym. Swimming even helps people that can't walk stay fit as they can swim and improve balance and agility. I have a minor defect called scoliosis that causes my spine to grow not quite straight, and swimming helps improve that. It's almost like it keeps me on track. I've been calling my swim friends, and I think I speak for all of us when I say we miss the water and want to get back in the pool. It's kind of like our second home. We have worked so hard to get this far in swimming and spending our own time doing this. With all this time off without improving, it is slowly going to waste. I was looking forward to making some junior Olympic times. I was also looking forward to cheering on my friends as they make their own, they're like family to me. Other teams have opened their pool, and because of this, they are getting better and improving as San Clemente falls behind. While I love open water swimming in the ocean, this isn't safe as swimming in the pool where the water is calm and safe. I hope you will keep my letter in consideration, and I hope you and your family have a safe quarantine. Next comment is from Maya Gallimore. Hello, City Council. I'm a 16-year-old elite swimmer on the San Clemente Aquatics Senior 2 team, which is a group of elite athletes that all have the intention to swim in college. However, the pools aren't open, which means we can't maintain our technique and shape like we normally do. Working out on land just isn't the same. We're all anxious to get back in so we can get our careers back on the rails as soon as possible. I hope you take our request to reopen the pool so we can get back in the water and continue to qualify for elite meets and excel in our careers. Best regards. Next comment. Dear City Council, I'm writing on behalf of the youth and adult year-round swimmers in San Clemente. The City of San Clemente has a history of providing an aquatic fitness program for adults who choose to swim for health, fitness, or competition. On behalf of all the swim teams and their members in Orange County, we ask that you please consider reopening our public pools for youth, swim team, and adult masters exercise use. Our use of public swimming pools occurs outside of the general public use, and we are confident we can meet all safety requirements related to social distancing during our limited swim team use. Our high standard of safety includes not sharing equipment or passing equipment from person to person. We always maintain a minimum 6-foot distance, unlike unsupervised recreational activities, and we're submerged in COVID-19 virus-killing chlorinated water for the duration of our workouts. We believe swimming, like walking, hiking, running, and cycling, is a healthy activity that is critical within our community. Swimmers do not require direct contact between teammates or coaches, and social distancing can be naturally maintained throughout practice and in entry and exit protocols by the pre-existing lane lines. As well as with exercise, as with all exercise and activity, at this time, swimming must comply with standards for social distancing and safety within aquatic facilities. We know with collaboration between U.S. master swimming coaches, public health officials, and facility operators, we can create safe plans for using aquatic facilities to promote physical and mental health opportunities compliant with public health directives. The CDC has indicated that there's no evidence the disease spreads through treated water. Proper operation and maintenance, including disinfection with chlorine and bromine of these facilities, will allow for safe use and elimination of the COVID-19 virus in the water and on the adjacent pool deck, which is typically soaked with chlorinated water. It is the goal of everyone to promote and practice healthy and safe behaviors. It's my belief that we can maintain those expectations and behaviors while utilizing our community pools under the guidelines mentioned above. Thank you for your consideration. Alana Zange. Next comment is from Karsten Lange. New cases in Orange County are on an all-time high. I believe reopening the pool for exercise, especially children, who most likely will not follow all social distancing rules, is irresponsible. I would expose our city to litigation. Next comment is from McKenna Wilson. Dear council members, my name is McKenna Wilson. I'm 13 years old. I'm currently in 8th grade and will be attending San Clemente High School next year as a freshman. I'm also on the San Clemente Aquatics team. Swimming is a big part of my life. I've been swimming competitively since I was 5 years old. Out of all the sports I've tried, I choose to swim. I really miss the water. Practice is not only amazing exercise, but an outlet for stress. I always forget about my worries at swim practice. I put so much work and effort into this sport. I'm deeply disappointed that the pool is closed. Our cities have opened the pools, and our team has a thorough social distance plan. I would be extremely thankful if the pool reopens. Comment is from Kelly Tricarico. Actually, it's bottom. It says Kelly Winkler. I'm the mother of a bronze swimmer. I feel at this time, given the information we have, it's safe to open the pools and allow team practices. I trust all the swim coaches to monitor the safety of every child during this time and encourage safe distance from one another in the pool. I feel the mental and physical benefits of reopening the pools for practice would be beneficial for all. Next comment is from Dwight Bustrom. When will tennis court sanity return? Allow singles, doubles, and hitting or practicing with or without a partner. Get the gates back on as fast as they were removed. No player would ever support leaving an open space where a ball could leave the court. Stop the reservation system and time restrictions. 1 hour singles, 2 hour doubles, unless someone is waiting. Sunshine, heat, and rain are factors when choosing to play the game, and sometimes getting a partner occurs within minutes or hours of playing. Therefore, it's highly unlikely that players requested the online system. There is rarely a time for a player to violate the 6-foot rule, and I see more violations by people walking or biking. Did you put locks on them? I was more likely to be in close contact with a grocery store checker or other shoppers than I was with tennis partner. Going to get food from a restaurant put me closer to another human. I will happily examine coronavirus numbers for San Clemente and say that one size fits all was poor judgment on the part of the city officials. Courts closed for 51 cases out of a city population of 65,000 residents is statistically incoherent. Time and money devoted to locking up and other actions by city recreation and maintenance staff is incomprehensible. Sorry to say that the Parks and Recreation Department's behavior towards courts has been a major disappointment and continues to be as a pandemic response. I fully understand mitigation efforts. Tennis players I know respected the process before locks were put on the gates. The greater community has not suffered because someone played tennis or practiced hitting a ball. If this is an error, please correct me. National CDC statistics will probably show in time that 98.4% of Americans never got the virus, and probably means 98.4% of those used the tennis courts will never have the virus. What really has spread? Fear. Someone authorized city maintenance to lock the courts for months, and then with the soft reopening, some craziness has infected the Parks and Recreation Department. For your information, refers to the city website. It is possible to open a gate without using a hand should doors be removed all over town. Generally, players do not loiter on the courts. It's a non-issue. Players sometimes arrive early for practice if the court is not being used. Most players bring their own water because they find court fountains ineffective. Most players wash their hands, and those who do not have problems with a tennis racket or ball or list will not solve. Since it is impossible at times to avoid hitting the screens or fences, the net and poles, do you want to sanitize them? Sometimes it's necessary to share equipment because of broken strings, a broken racket, or a ball goes over the fence and is not found. Players can clean items as necessary. No evidence exists to say that a ball hit with some speed would ever retain a droplet after spinning, hitting the court, bouncing, rolling, etc. 3 balls are shared during a match as a matter of fairness. All right, the 3 minutes is up on that. Next comment is from Natalie Driggers. My son swims for STAT. We are eagerly awaiting both pools to be reopened for our team to go back to practicing swimming. My son specifically swims at Ole Hansen Pool, and he and his teammates can most definitely go back to swimming laps in a safe and efficient manner. We look forward to pools being opened ASAP. Next comment is from Sandy Kotz. Our city is blessed with an aquatic center facility that has proved to be managed very well for chemistry, temperature, and adherence to county health rules. Sometimes, to users' dismay, a drowned mouse closes a pool. With hope, council has heard from numerous aquatic facility users covering the reasons why our pool facility should reach directly to county authorities with a detailed plan on opening our facility prior to Phase 3. This is not a passive recreational play facility. It's a state-of-the-art competitive facility whose users are trying to earn a place on the city's own Wall of Fame, qualify for Olympic trials, or swim in their first triathlon. With upcoming competitive activities, such as open water events and swim meets planned for August 2020 and beyond, our membership is asking weekly for updates to get back to training. The Masters of San Clemente, working closely with San Clemente Aquatics, we use the same controlled operating procedures for facility use. Guided by USA Swimming and outlined on the attached below, slight modifications for Masters as we do not have parents dropping us off, nor the size of the membership. Without access to the pool, our plan is to move practices to the beach with 14 years of open water guarding experience. Beginning with our city in 1977, training in the ocean brings up additional challenges. First is the need for increased awareness of offshore swimmers by San Clemente Marine Safety. The need to lay buoys beyond the surf line for interval training and risks associated with swimmers adapting to a new environment. By instituting a supervised and controlled workout at the Aquatic Center, we will mitigate these risks. It's easier to maintain social distancing versus interacting with the general public at the beach, as well as windier conditions of ocean breezes. Many of our athletes choose the safety or comfort of the pool for training, citing fears of the unknown dangers in open water. Consistent temperature, chemistry, submerged activity, and elevated chlorine levels will deactivate a coronavirus, and following the black line of the bottom of the pool is easier to navigate. We are all well aware city facilities will have new rules, schedules, procedures, etc. in place. My hope is that they will reach out to the Masters organization to be part of the solution. I've attached our U.S. Masters form letter intended for the County Health Services Department. Other Orange County cities, namely Fullerton and Mission Viejo, have made way for their U.S. Masters swim teams to resume training, as well as the Youth Focus USA swimming teams. I am concerned that our membership of San Clemente residents will decrease as swimmers find alternative training facilities in Mission Viejo. I respectfully request that Aquatic Center staff meets with our coaching staff to work on the reopening of the aquatics facility. Masters of San Clemente is a membership-managed organization complete with bylaws, board of directors, and coach capable of managing communication and training for adherence to a planned use of the aquatic facility, all aimed at mitigating the spread of viral infections. Signed, Sandy Kotz, Coach Master of San Clemente Aquatics. And our final comment for the night is from Jim Dahl, and Jim is asking, have the Memorial Day services been canceled, and will the city have a fireworks show on the 4th of July? That's all we have for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Deputy City Clerk and City Clerk. And City Manager, would you like to give a report before we question and comment?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ferguson, members of the City Council. There's a number of issues, actually. I'm going to leave comments about the pools till a bit later in what I would characterize as a shorter report than maybe what I anticipated to do as it relates to the various things that we're doing at our facilities and as it applies to a variety of activities that are within our community. As the council knows, we have been moving, I'd say, in a very methodical way by which to open our facilities. We understand the community's need and their desire to open up facilities. We all certainly hope for that day to come a lot sooner than not. However, there are certain restrictions and regulations that we as a municipal corporation in the state of California are needing to follow. I'll ask for my staff, city staff, and yours as well, along with our city attorney, to address some of the more specific categories, but I do have a few introductory comments just to get you sort of looking at a few particular items I know that the council has of interest. Clearly, when I look at all of the emails that I receive, and it might be 60, 70 a day, and I get into my system, and so I do track these things and are very concerned about the things that I see, and we have worked hard as a staff to try to ensure that we could come up with ways by which to open our facilities as quickly as possible within the constraints that we have as a city. And I know that the council is aware of many of those, but clearly it addresses things like our pools, or not the pools, but the beaches. Importantly, while we had the beaches closed and then reopened, then the government closed them down again, the city staff, and I'm proud of the effort that they undertook within basically a day to write up a plan that the state found to be a very good one, and actually adopted many of the characteristics of our plan into their own at the state beaches, as well as other cities are following that same lead. And that is the active versus passive uses on our beach. And so we were able to get that reopened as quickly as we could. And I think that's a tribute to the dedication of the staff and their professionalism in San Clemente, and they do understand what's important to the variety of members of our community. We certainly understand the concerns that relate to traffic and to parking issues particularly. And there is one issue, I think more specifically, I just want to mention quickly, and that is while we closed parking lots, as the council knows, we also restricted parking on a few streets that was adopted by the council, and that included Del Mar, portions of Del Mar, and then portions of streets along the T Street area. And when we applied for a reopening of our beaches, we also applied for what we thought would be some nice relief, good relief for those residents who live on the streets, particularly areas that were restricted. So we asked the governor's office to approve a resident-only parking program to try to relieve some of the inconvenience that the residents who were specifically in those areas that were closed for parking, that they found to be difficult, to allow them at least to be able to park in front of their own homes again. And we were pleased to see that the governor approved that. And we also simultaneously applied to the California Coastal Commission and received their approval as well. So we felt that that kind of program would help to alleviate some of the inconvenience. And we did implement that program. There is some, I'd say, some harder spots and bumps in the road to get there. I do know that a few residents, before they received a placard, were unfortunately cited. We will take care of those issues for those residents because that was certainly not the intention. And so we apologize if some of that coordination, as you could imagine, it was difficult to achieve, but we are more than aware of that. We have looked at how and in what fashion any of that additional type of program could be expanded. But the limitations that we have through our approvals were for those street only residential streets where we restricted parking in front of those homes. And so the relief was meant for them. That's the program that we have implemented recently. As it relates to the golf course, we know, as council knows, I'm an avid golfer as well. And I certainly enjoy it and want to get back to playing more often than I have been able to do recently. But we understand the concerns that some of the folks have had about the golf course and our ability to allow greater use of the carts. We followed the regulations as identified by the County of Orange as it related to golf course and reopening that facility. However, we do believe that it makes sense to provide for greater use of our golf carts on the course as well as private carts, because we do have, as I understand, a number of residents who live adjacent to the golf course that have their own carts. We certainly want to allow them to use those carts as well, since we are back to renting some of ours. We are making some modifications to the use of those carts that I think will be responsive to some of the concerns that I have seen more recently in many of those emails. So I would ask those who are golfers to bear with us. Thank you for your patience. But this program that, well, I would say this differently, I guess. What we're doing through all of these programs is that we're modifying them as we go. We find that not only maybe what the state has done or the county or another jurisdiction that we think is relevant to San Clemente, then we're making modifications to those facilities or our practices as it relates to what can be open and what can be accessed, or how we might do some things differently. And consequently, certainly the golf course is one of those that we've been paying some attention to, and we're going to be making some modifications to that, I think, fairly soon. The few things that I think we're following, and there was a press release put out earlier today, and this is really unfortunate. I know my daughter was a junior lifeguard when she was young and thoroughly enjoyed that program. But we have been in consultation with all of the other beach cities and in Orange County and beyond. And it seems that each of the cities are not going to be holding their junior lifeguard programs this year. And so we intend to reassess that for later in the summer, but at least the first two sessions. We're going to have to cancel and see if we can't cram more activity into a later phase of a junior lifeguard program for this summer. The Public Works Director also has been in close coordination with adjoining jurisdictions, that being both Dana Point as well as San Juan Capistrano as it relates to the trolley program. And we're probably going to have to delay that as well in terms of when it actually starts, in as much as our ability to provide for that is going to be a bit difficult, given the kinds of cleaning regimens that would be necessary because of riders in there. It might be a bit difficult, as you could all imagine, to maintain proper sanitizing of the trolley, given the way that it would operate. Some of the other cities are probably going to cancel for the entire summer season. We're aware of that. We respect their decisions. And our recommendation at this juncture as it relates to the trolley is to delay its operation for this year, and so we are prepared to do that as well. And speaking more directly about the pools, and then I'm going to ask for Samantha Wiley, our recreation manager, to speak to them as well. We understand the concern. We share it with those who are avid swimmers, but also highly competitive swimmers. And facilities that we have are remarkable. They are. I've seen obviously those facilities and think that they are unique and a true asset and treasure for our community. And the staff had already created an opening plan, a reopening plan for those facilities. And we were in the process of actually starting implementation when there was a major shift and change in the state's policies as it relates to public pools. And when we saw that, we needed to slow down what we were doing and reassess where we could be. And because we had gone as far as to develop a reopening plan for our pool facilities, we thought, well, let's take a lesson from our own action and submit that to the governor's office, despite the fact that a public pool is prohibited from opening during phase 2, which is where we currently are at. And that is unfortunate in many respects, but there's a differentiation between private and public pools. And for example, I was in communication earlier today with the county's chief executive officer about the pools. And we decided that we would submit our reopening plan to the county as well as to the governor's office and see if we could get lightning to strike twice and reopen our pools sooner than what would otherwise be authorized under the opening stages that are outlined in the governor's plan, in which the county mimics. And we have not heard back from the governor's office yet. We are working on that still, and I would hope that he remembers San Clemente as they are considering that request on our behalf. But I did hear back from the county, and they are firmly of the opinion that public pools are not open during phase 2, and that's fairly clear. Certainly, I expected that might be the case, and I'm not being judgmental of the county whatsoever. They're following the regulations put forth by the state. That said, we do believe that when there is an allowance that occurs, or unless directed otherwise by the city council, that we want to open those pools as soon as we possibly can. As soon as we hear something from the governor's office, if we do, we'll be more than glad, as long as it's positive, obviously, to share that with council and our community. But I think there are other considerations as it relates to the pool program that we had put into place already and we're ready to implement, but felt like we could not under the current conditions. But I want to turn it over to our recreation manager, Samantha Wiley, because I know that she personally put this plan together using many of the same guidelines that those who gave us public comments used. And so I'm going to ask her to provide what additional perspective that she believes would be of benefit for the council, as well as those who are watching on YouTube or wherever they might be. And so with that, Samantha, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and join the conversation and provide your perspective on this issue.
Thank you, Bob. This is Recreation Manager Samantha Wiley, and I can provide a little bit more insight beyond what Interim City Manager Donick has provided. So I want to address first Our pool, as the city manager has stated, has remained closed based on the governor's guidance, and that did come to quite a bit of a surprise to staff, as we did expect and fully intend to reopen our pools. We already have our staff training up and getting our research going, and we were prepared to do so. And then we've had to shift gears a little bit and put pause on that to understand these changes. First of all, I would like to speak to, I know the Natadores facility in Mission Viejo is operating. We are aware of that. And we believe our San Clemente Aquatics team is an outstanding swim organization, and we want to get them in our pool as well. However, the significant difference between the Natadores facility and our facility is that Natadores pool, while it is a city-owned facility, is essentially privately operated by that swim team. There's a separate contractual agreement. Therefore, it doesn't necessarily operate as a public pool as our two facilities, both the Williamson Beach Club and the San Clemente Aquatic Center do. So that's the underlying difference between that. And I am happy to answer any more questions beyond that. Mission Viejo does have other pools that have remained closed through this to the public. I would next like to shift into our Aquatic Center reopening plan that we did propose. So for some brevity's sake, I will tell you there was essentially a 4-phase reopening. Phase 1 was a pre-opening, then we moved into a soft opening where we focused on lap swimming and swim teams, practice, and then into multi-use, and then into normal operations. And again, if we get the green light, if and when we are prepared to initiate that. So that being said, I'm happy to answer questions specifically about any of the public comments if council has the desire to do so, or I can address other questions in our reopening plan or our operating.
This is Councilmember Ham. I just want to thank staff for the update on everything that's been going on in light of COVID in our community. I'm going to ask that I get support from council to direct staff to enter into a temporary private agreement with SCAT and San Clemente Water Polo to allow for the private use of Ole Hansen Beach Club for practice swimming purposes only, and to maintain social distancing until we get through to the next phase of COVID. And that they bear all the cost associated with that.
So this is Councilmember Ward. Can I ask a question of legal counsel whether a separate agreement like that would indemnify the city where, you know, we're still following the guidelines?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Mayor and Council. I know that whatever agreement with an operator we entered into would require them to indemnify the city. But there's, in the case of Mission Viejo, a concern about allowing anyone or contemplating the city directly and indirectly could be operating a municipal facility in violation of a state order. The rule, I think, whether it's done by contract or directly, if a municipal facility is being operated in violation of a state or county health order, if there's a problem arising from that operation, the city is deemed to have acted negligently. I'm just the messenger, but if we're operating our facilities or leasing them in non-compliance with the state or county order, then we're presumed to be negligent. The other complicating factor about that, if you wanted to assume that risk, you'd be risking the city's fisc and not your insurance carrier, because your carrier has put us on notice, as many have, that if you own and operate facilities or lease them out in contravention of state COVID-19 orders, then any problems that arise from that would be ours to defend and potentially to pay damages for if the worst should happen and someone were made ill or an outbreak that were traceable to the operation of that facility. So to answer your question, yes, perhaps that could be that. I don't know what Mission Viejo has done. I have no idea, but I would be concerned, and we could talk more about this in closed session, that that leasing it or operating it directly would be in contravention of the opening would be in contravention of the state and county health orders, would be presumed negligence, and would expose you to liability without insurance based on the notice that your carrier has provided you.
So I guess I would modify my ask of council then is to just give staff the general direction to look into how the city of Mission Viejo is doing it and see if there is a possibility for us to enter into a private use agreement with SCAT and San Clemente Water Polo.
It's an interesting concept, but we could also require, you know, that indemnification in the contract and then have everyone sign waivers. Wouldn't that take care of that, Scott?
You could risk shift, and if that contract, if they had the resources or their activities were insurable, then yes, we could look to do that. I'm just not sure what arrangement they have and whether it's viable in this case, but we certainly know how to look into that when it comes to risk shifting through an arm's length transaction, assuming that their activities are insurable. Of course, we'd want to confirm that with them and their carrier, but we could absolutely look into that.
So we could also look at being named as an additional insured. We could have hold harmless agreements there. Is that how you would proceed, Scott?
Yes, that's how we'd proceed, and we'd want, not trying to paper it too much, but obviously, given what we know about our carrier, you would want a writer that specifically addresses this this element of risk. Yeah, absolutely. We would know how to write that and how to pursue that if it's available.
How do we proceed with the two swimming? Or there were, I think there were a few notes tonight about swimming, opening the swimming pool. I think we should proceed with those two organizations and see what their appetite for risk is. Who can open that conversation with them? Is that the city manager, or is that you, Scott?
I think it'd be the manager and Ms. Wiley with my full support.
So, James, I would also suggest that we have the city's risk manager involved in that conversation as well. But certainly, I think that Mr. Smith is correct about if the council is desirous, we can move along that direction and assess risk that those private clubs would be willing to take.
How long
So
would
this
that
is Councilmember Ward. I just want to weigh in real quick. Totally understanding what our legal counsel has said, that we may be liable if we go against the governor's orders. So I think what I would agree to is only looking into it, understanding that we would like to enter into something like that if it's possible, but knowing, you know, what we're up against. And I want that to be clear to staff, that I'm not going to vote that we're saying this is going to happen, just that we want you to look into if it's a possibility.
Thanks, Councilmember Ward. Waivers take care of the risk issue entirely. As City Attorney, I think you confirmed that the waivers would be satisfactory. Did you not, Scott?
Yeah, not just waivers, but insurance to cover that risk if the worst should happen.
Right, yeah, we covered that insurance, and that was great, and additional information that for indemnification.
I'm assuming right now these organizations that they have the appropriate insurance, and of course we would have to, the risk manager would be good at that. Looking at what their what their coverages are, and I would be prepared this evening to make a motion that with appropriate research by the risk manager and Scott, the city attorney, and Dr. Dunick, that we do enter in negotiations with the two swim organizations, and move forward with this ASAP. You know, some of the most wonderful letters, emails, you know, the council members here are fully aware that we get 50, 60 emails a day telling us how stupid we are. But some of the most wonderful emails I have received is from these swim parents and these swimmers, and we owe it to them to get them back in the water and with appropriate safeguards in place. And I don't want to wait 2 weeks to do that.
Absolutely. I can second that motion of yours. So should we go ahead and take a vote on that regarding the pools? We can go ahead and take a roll call on the vote. Councilmember Ward?
Real quick, this is Councilmember Ham. I would just like to have some more discussion on this before we move forward and clarify.
Yeah, sure.
Please go ahead.
Clarify what Gene said and just converse with staff. So I'm fine giving the direction if staff is comfortable moving forward with that situation, but it sounded to me, Gene, like you were saying move forward regardless of staff's position with it.
No, I didn't know. Let me make myself clear that as long as there are appropriate lines of insurance that these organizations have, that they're willing to name us as an additional insured, they're willing to hold us harmless, and that their insurance policies are beyond reproach, and provided they're willing to do it. If we find out that they don't have the adequate insurance, if we find out they don't want to go forward with that, then I'm saying we don't go forward.
Okay, I just have one question of Scott then. Scott, are you comfortable with the things that Gene just outlined?
Yeah, I think those are really clear black and white checkoffs, and if they're not satisfied, we report back to council on any gaps and go from there. But if not, I understand that you've delegated the authority to sign on to that.
Thanks for the additional discussion and clarification, Gene. I'm ready for the vote.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just
please, Mr.
just
Bennett.
want to ensure that I manage expectations, because I think I heard, and I just wanted to ensure that I understood correctly what Councilmember James had said, and he doesn't want to wait 2 weeks, but recognizing that the process might take a little bit longer, but we will certainly start it before 2 weeks. But if it requires action by the council to approve whatever those agreements are, then clearly would need to come back to your next meeting, though we can start the process. And I believe that's maybe what you were suggesting, Councilmember James.
Bob, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm okay with coming back in 2 weeks and approving it, but I'm not okay with coming back in 2 weeks and deferring it for another 2 weeks.
Got it. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, are we ready for a vote, or there's more questions or comments? Okay, so Councilmember James made a motion, and I seconded it, and let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is aye, so that passes 4-0. And Mr. Dunnick, do you have some more updates for us, or can we go through this list of various facilities for us to consider reopening? Did you have? I don't cut you off short.
Certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. The only one that I did not mention, and I will mention that now, is the skate court that's on this list, and it is one based on I think the suggestions of Councilmember James. Even the staff did meet with our skate coalition to talk about the skate park and the way by which it could reopen, and there was a request by that organization to not open it right away, but to spend a little more time working through that process with them. And so the council, I know, had already wanted to have that facility open, but you also wanted us to talk to the group, and it was their request that we hold off, but we are still pursuing that effort as well. So that's the only other update. Of course, our trails are open. We have a variety of efforts underway as it relates to the senior feed or meals program that's being actually run by South Orange County Senior Program, Age Well, and so there's a variety of services that are ongoing in the community, and we are actively looking to open each and every one of our facilities under the guidance and clearly recommendations of our city attorney as it relates to what the state and the county allow us to do. But we certainly are working through each of those as rapidly as we possibly can. And I have nothing further to add, but we'd be more than willing, obviously, and ready to answer questions that the council might have.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Are there any more questions before we have some discussion on the facilities and recreational amenities? No more questions?
I have one for City Manager.
Mm-hmm.
The fences. When are we looking at taking down the fences?
You're talking about parking, I assume, correct, Councilmember James?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I wasn't, because we were talking about fences in other locations as well. So what we're talking about parking, we are. In fact, I had a conversation earlier today with staff about that very issue as to where we are in terms of whether those can be opened or not. And we did not conclude at this particular point, what we might do. I think I've advised the council, we meet daily and go through these issues. We are certainly aware that the state, with all of its beaches, for example, has reopened some of its lots at 50% capacity. Which means, and of course, it's a little bit different operation that they have where there's gates and they can control the access. So the staff in our conversations earlier today even was over our ability, if we were to go to, for an example, a 50% capacity, how we might do something along that line and be able to properly operate it in that fashion with the staff that we have. So we're looking at those issues, planning that for their reopening, and certainly we will follow whatever direction that the council may so give us as it relates to those issues or any of the other issues that are before you this evening.
My issue with the fences is I just struggle with what it looks like when we get down into the Pier Bowl area. It seems to me that barricades on the street, on the drives into the parking area would serve us just as well without being so unsightly and sending such a terrible message. And at the during this discussion we're going to have, I think we need to talk about that a little more. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember James, and you've seen the emails to City Manager and Council from the residents, and this residential restrictions on neighborhood streets along the coast, neighborhoods along the coast have been extremely burdensome for the people who live there, with so many of the spots basically sectioned off so people can't park, right? So it's opening the lots would solve that problem, and we can also allow those who live inland of the beach, so east of the I-5, inland dwellers like myself, to be able to go to the beach and actually find somewhere to park. So everyone wins in that regard. The city also wins with parking revenue. I know I've been really trying to get us to reopen those parking lots since April 21st meeting, but it's time to do that. Other places, cities like Huntington Beach as well, and Newport Beach, as you noted, the counties, parking lots are opening up. There is no standard. We can open our parking lots. We just have to do it and get rid of the fencing, and which I believe should never have gone up. We do have barriers. We could have put barriers up. Nobody's going to drive their car through a barrier, but what's done is done. But I'd like to make a motion to open up all our beach parking lots course, take down that fencing and remove the residential parking restrictions so that we can get back to some sense of normalcy. And those who, have underlying health conditions or are concerned about being unsafe going out, well, they can make their personal choice to not go out. So I'd like to make a motion to, I'll restate that, to take down the fencing, reopen our beach parking lots, open the metered parking, and remove the residential neighborhood restrictions. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call. Councilmember Ward?
No.
Councilmember Ham?
No, but I'm willing to have some discussion and come up with a secondary motion after this one fails.
Okay. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye, so that fails 2-2 as a tie. Councilmember Ham, would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, so this is a really pressing issue for our community right now, is getting access back on all levels. Obviously, this is something that I'm supportive of. I think we just need to have a plan in place to do it. Much like we had a plan in place to reopen our beaches and get the support from the state as well as the county, I think we need to do that here. So my recommendation would be to direct staff to go and look at what the county beaches have done, what the state beaches have done, because I know they have done some reopening and it hasn't been a carte blanche reopening, a flip of a switch, as they say. And bring that back to us at next council meeting so that we could be working in unison with our county and state partners on the availability for beach parking and beach access. I know that this last weekend was super impacted at the beaches, and that was with beach parking lots closed and with limited access in the residential communities, and we received complaints from that. So I think us being the first ones to open the floodgates and allow everyone back in isn't the right call. That being said, I do want to move towards reopening. I think there's a plan in place, and I think our staff is qualified and ready to take on that assignment. So my motion is that we direct staff to take a look at what the county and what the adjacent state beach parking lots have done and parity their decisions and bring back that decision package for us next meeting.
I'd like to make a comment. Hello, a little more discussion on that if we may. Why don't we pave the way and just do it? Why do we have to parrot what others do? There are beach parking lots, right? The taxpayers, the city's parking lots. And maybe a happy medium, it would be just to open the parking lots and keep the residential neighborhood restrictions, because those going to the beach will park in the parking lots now instead of impacting their neighborhoods. I don't think we always have to wait to see what others are doing, and just pave the way and make it happen. We can do that. They're within our jurisdiction, within our power and authority to be able to do that, and I think we need to do it now. I feel we need to do it yesterday, but that's my, those are my comments, but you made your motion, and I heard Councilmember Ward second your motion, so I'll go ahead and take a roll call on that. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is a no. So that motion dies. So if I may make a substitute motion with us opening the beach parking lots and the metered parking, leaving in place neighborhood residential restrictions, which we can re-evaluate later, of course taking down the fencing. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Let's go ahead and take a vote, roll call. Councilmember Ward?
No.
Councilmember Ham?
No, and I'd just like to make the comment that in thinking about a way to open up and being safe for our community as well as the people visiting our community, I reached out to city staff as well as state park staff to see what their thoughts were on reopening all the city metered lots, and they expressed some very serious concerns due to the potential overcrowding at our beaches. As you know, Saturday was a very impactful day for the city of San Clemente. We have very limited space in terms of sand, and now that we didn't vote to extend our lobbyists to get more sand, we're going to be even more limited as we move into the future.
With that lobbyist?
So I think we need to take a very metered approach to how we do this, and so I'm going to stand by my last motion.
Yeah, that's 2 more weeks, though. 2 more weeks till we meet again. 2 more weeks without parking. Summer's coming. I mean,
Would that sand be there by Saturday?
Pardon?
If we would retain the lobbyists, would the sand be there by Saturday?
So it looks like we're stuck, and we negatively impact our residents with no parking. And summer's coming, right around the corner next weekend, and it's so unfortunate we can't come to some agreement with opening our parking and making revenue again. I expect we probably lost $250,000 from just not having our meter parking lots open, but just the inconvenience and the disservice it does to our residents to not be able to have that and utilize the beaches. Not all of us live at the beach. So I guess we're deadlocked on that one.
What I still don't understand what purpose the fences serve. Even if we are deadlocked on the beaches, can we at least agree to take down those fences?
Is that a motion, Councilmember James?
No, it's a little discussion. I'd like to hear Councilmember Ham's thoughts on that.
Okay, great.
Can you repeat your question, G?
What would be wrong with taking down the fences at this point?
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, if I could inject and make a suggestion as it would relate to that issue, with your permission.
Please, that's great. Thanks.
Certainly, thank you. I actually would like to have Mr. Vonnegut involved in the discussion, in as much as he has had to put those fences up, take them down, put them up, and of course, partly the issue is that while we had barriers up initially, we were having them constantly moved, and people would park in the lots anyway and use those spaces. And then we were forced to be towing cars, which we would prefer not to do. But I would like to have Mr. Vonnegut inject in this conversation, and ultimately the issue of the fencing was done so that it would be less labor intensive and we didn't have to tow anybody's car. But I'll defer to him as well. So, Tom, are you available to provide some perspective on the issue?
Yes, thank you, Bob. So, I guess I'll just reiterate, that's why the fences went up. In fact, North Beach specifically as well, the sheriff asked us to come up with some alternate ways of securing the parking areas because the barricades were getting moved and basically disregarded. So that's why we unfortunately had to do that. I think I hear the council's desire to get some parking open. Perhaps a difference between how far to go. As Interim City Manager Dunnick has mentioned, we have been thinking about a way to try and do a kind of a hybrid approach. If your council is open to that, it's getting a 50%.
If I could just interrupt you for a moment, are you going down the road of social distancing parked cars like the state parks do? I'm just asking.
I wouldn't suggest that. Not to say, not to put any commentary as to that approach, but no, I'm not suggesting, for example, every other space. I'm thinking kind of overall in terms of parking capacity. For example, by opening the lower lot of the Pier Bowl, leaving the upper part closed, opening half of Linda Lane, something along those lines.
Mayor Pro Tem, again, if I could make a suggestion in that, and I understand and hear the conversations, and I know what, based on what was offered, that Councilmember Ham is interested in there being a thoughtful way by which to reopen some of the parking, and he gave the example of what some of the other cities have done and what the state did with the 50% capacity. That's what staff was discussing earlier today. If the council is interested, then clearly we wouldn't need to necessarily wait to come back to the council. If we could come up with what staff believes to be the appropriate way by which to do that. We could implement it sooner than that. And of course, if we don't hit the mark that the council wants, you could always change it in 2 weeks. But we could evaluate what's going on with those the state parking lots, and certainly what's going on in the other jurisdictions, make some modifications in the interim, and subject to your review at your next meeting.
That could work for me. Yeah, look at Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. They've already done it. So we need to see what someone else has done, and it's fine. I mean, that works for me. Does it work for all of you?
So to paraphrase the city manager, I think what we're looking at is giving staff the authority to go forward, do the research, and if they find a way, they have the authority to do it, to open up parking and bring down the fences. Is that?
Yes, I think that's what I was saying, Councilmember James. With the strategy may very well be a 50% capacity. We know what the state was doing, and I know that other jurisdictions were looking at the same thing. And of course, whatever we do, as I mentioned, would be subject to your review at your next meeting.
So that's my motion.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ward?
No.
Councilmember Ward? No. Okay. Councilmember Ham?
Yeah, I need more clarification on exactly what Mr. Dunnick was speaking about. You know, one of my biggest concerns is that this council is taking upon themselves to blame city management and city staff for every pitfall we've had through the COVID-19 pandemic. And my concern is by putting this in their hands, it just opens the door for us to do take similar actions to that. So I think I need more clarification to ensure we know exactly what's going on here.
Thank you, Councilmember Hammond, and I appreciate your consideration along that line. Certainly, we're more than aware of things that individuals have said relative to anything that either this city staff or the council has decided. Because as the council knows, you have along the way approved many of the actions that the staff has taken. So it's not just I would say that the staff is not running without council's overview as it relates to any of the actions that we've taken. I would be concerned about being second-guessed again. If that were the case, then I would want to have it back in front of the council before we implement. But I guess it's really the intent of this council as to whether or not with the authority comes the ability without the criticism of whatever it is that we might do. But I'm more than willing to certainly defer that we bring it back in 2 weeks. I'm comfortable, honestly, in any direction that the council may want to take relative to doing that. But I have to say, over the time frame that I'm here in San Clemente, I'm very impressed with the city staff. Their resiliency, their creativity, their ability to do things very quickly. And I have confidence in the city staff and their ability to carry out something that is reasonable and rational. But I also am sensitive to the criticism that we do things without the council's approval. And so I also defer to that issue as well.
So I guess
Go ahead, Councilmember Ham. I'll save my comments till after you make a comment.
Thank you. So I'd make a modified motion that we approve Gene's plan and we have it brought back to us on June 2nd for final approval.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to make a couple comments before we do the roll call on the vote. Thank you, Councilmember Ham, for seconding his motion. That's a good one. First, we have free speech as council members as well. We don't remove that because we're elected officials. We don't give up our right to speak our minds freely like everyone else. We are individuals and still have that right. So if we feel free to criticize, we can. We do not always approve all of the decisions. I do want to correct that. comment, City Manager, because we did not approve 37 tons of sand in the skate park. We did not approve that. Okay, we did not know about that. We didn't approve it. I want to put that on the record. And the fencing around the Pier Bowl, upper and lower Pier Bowl parking lots, we did not approve that. We didn't know about it. It went up. It went up a few days before protest. So, so there are things we don't know about, City Manager, and I just wanted to point that out because I'm not responsible for those things, and I don't like them, and I've been public about very vocal publicly about how much I don't like those things. So, and that's my right to do so. So, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, I agree with you. You did not. I didn't suggest that you had approved everything that the staff had done. And I recognize that, and I respect it, and I respect every individual council member's right to say whatever they'd like to say. I was asked a question by Council Member Ham, and I gave an honest answer.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Dunick. Okay, well, that said, let's take a roll call on the vote. So, Councilmember Ward?
I need clarification on what exactly we're voting on, because I made a modification to Jean's motion that we have it brought, the final plan brought back to us at June 2nd meeting.
At the June 2nd meeting, yes. And Councilmember James, didn't you second that?
I did.
Yes, so then can we go ahead and vote on that? Councilmember Ham?
Okay, so just to clarify, we're going to have a comprehensive parking plan that's going to mirror what the other jurisdictions in our county and state are doing in terms of beach parking, have it brought back June 2nd. And I'm an aye for that.
Well, actually, the city manager did say he was going to look at some other cities, and we all interjected there as to what he would do and bring that back to us. So, yes, whether it looks exactly like theirs, you know, that's yet to be seen. But
yeah, I'm not willing to lock myself into what the other cities are doing.
Okay.
I'd rather be the leader than the follower here.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So, Councilmember Ham, do you want to go ahead and retain your motion and ask for a second? Your motion stands?
Yeah, so I guess then I will just call for a vote on my initial motion, which was to take a look at what other jurisdictions are doing in terms of beach parking, both locally, county, and state, and bring up a plan that mirrors what they're doing so we're not stepping outside the bounds there.
Okay. Do we have a second for Councilmember Ham's motion?
Second.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember James?
No.
Councilmember Ham? Councilmember Ward?
Aye. And I would like to make a quick comment.
Please do.
If we do not follow what the county guidelines are, we are really stepping out, as Jean said, but we're really stepping out because we're going beyond what the recommended guidelines are during a public health emergency. I am not going to be for doing that, and that's why it's great to go look and see what the other cities are doing. I agree with that, but it can't be without the county. The county has to also be doing this, and if they are doing it, that means we're all following the guidelines. So if you don't vote to do it this way, there will be no consideration at all of trying to look into opening these beaches, and I just don't get the point on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. I'm not aware of any standard for local municipal parking lots, and county already opened parking lots, and so did other cities. So that's really under our jurisdiction, but I'd like to see those standards if they exist, because I don't believe there are any. I believe that's under our authority to do so.
I think you need to finish the vote.
We were, it failed. It was 2-2. The vote was 2-2. So it fails. Okay, so
there will be no discussion then of trying to look into how we could do this. I just want that clear for the public. We are willing to do it and look at the county guidelines.
Guidelines.
I'm sorry, I have the floor.
Point of order. Sorry,
but certainly if the guidelines change in the next 2 weeks, I am sure that our staff is going to respond to that as quickly as they can. But otherwise, if we're going to try to do it sooner, you have to take into consideration all the other people who actually want us to do this in a thoughtful, concentrated way where we are keeping people safe and we follow the laws. So that's my comment. As long as we stay 2 to 2, nothing gets looked at. So I don't know if that's a victory for you.
Right, but point of order, I guess I'll interject that. I just had said there are no standards. So standards are guidelines, and they don't exist for parking lots, to my knowledge. So they're under our authority. We could do it today if we want to, but we're deadlocked and unwilling to do that. I want to open them today. I wanted to open them up back on the 21st of April, and then when I agendized it again on May 1st, and it got pulled off the agenda. So I've been trying to get these open. People want them open, and we're not doing it for them. And we're here to serve the people. Councilmember James, did you have a comment?
I don't know of any standard that the county has in regards to fences or parking lots. And, this is a fence that serves no purpose. You can walk around that fence. You can walk through that fence. The only purpose it serves right now is it's ugly. It's unsightly. So I would really like to get the fence down. As far as a 2-2, we win, I reject that comment. No, we all lose. But I'm going to do the right thing, and I'm not going to vote yes to something I'm not comfortable with. And I won't judge your vote, and please don't judge my vote. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. I have one more request. I'd like to make a motion to reopen all parks and fields. That includes everything, the tennis courts, right, the ball fields, within reasonable, accommodations in terms of social distancing. But the phased-in plan here that we have, I don't find it acceptable. I mean, I went along at the last meeting to start reopening some of our recreational amenities, but like the tennis players, I've heard from so many of them, they can't even play doubles, and they know how to socially distance properly, and they want to play doubles, and they can't because it's only for singles. But we just need people to be personally responsible. But people want these parks and fields, tennis courts, basketball, soccer fields open, and we know most of them that play on these fields and parks are younger, are youth, which haven't been impacted by this virus. And again, as one of our public comments had noted earlier, one of our members of the public had stated that we're at 55 cases out of nearly 66,000 people. So we continue to keep on lockdown, and it's just such a disservice. So I'd like to make a motion to reopen all parks, and that includes all the various recreational amenities I noted. Thank you. Do we have support for that? Can we do a vote, please? Councilmember Ward, would you support that?
This is Councilman Ham. I just want to hold that vote for a second for discussion and questions of staff. So first off, Laura, I'm right there with you. I want to reopen everything. I want to get back out and start playing pickleball with my old pickleball friends right next to those tennis players that love us so much. That being said, I need to hear from Scott and maybe even Samantha Wiley on what is our liability there and what's our ability to actually reopen these facilities.
Yeah, I'll have Samantha speak about the new standards for the facilities mentioned, but I'll just say again that globally, if your ownership and operation of them is in contravention of a state or county health order, and someone is sickened or injured by that decision, then we're presumed negligence in the resulting lawsuit, and our insurer would not cover our defense of that action. Whether what you just mentioned is consistent or not with the governor and the county's rollouts, maybe Samantha could speak to that. But if she says that that's not permitted by the applicable regulations, then I'll tell you that you're exposing the city to liability and damages without insurance for doing that.
Thank you, City Attorney Smith. This is Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager. We are a staff, as we continue to evaluate the reopening schematic that's before you. Organized activities do need to land still in stage 3 based on the governor's guidance. I can speak to the tennis courts and the pickleball system that we put in place just as a notion of something that we believe is working. Since we reopened the tennis courts and the pickleball courts on May 9th, we've had over 1,300 reservations booked. That's a little over 100 a day on each of our courts throughout the town. We have received a significant amount of positive feedback, and people really like the reservation system. And yes, we have had staff out there to help support these kind of temporary rules and guidelines that we're asking people to abide by. And we certainly have had the asks for doubles, and we for the most part have had compliance with individuals, and they understand why at this point it is not doubles. I do believe that specifically with tennis courts, we could potentially address doubles moving into stage 3. And stage 3, as a reminder, there's an idea or thought process behind the governor's orders that will allow for more people to gather during stage 3, and that's going to be a significant turning point as we can allow more individuals in one space. I doubt that will really turn us around in terms of opening more spaces, and that's why stage 3 becomes a critical component to reopening so many spots. In the meantime, through stage 2, it is limited gathering points, and we're cognizant of common touch points, and as demonstrated through the tennis system, I think reservation systems are working, and it's the path that we should continue to go down to continue to be effective.
So thanks for those comments from staff. I just want to echo a comment that Laura and Jean, you guys ran on and you bring up quite frequently, which is our legal costs here in the city of San Clemente. It doesn't seem like this would be a smart course of action for us at this point to take on additional legal liability in terms of our staff, our residents, visitors, and really taking on unnecessary risk at this point. When we are very close to phase 3 reopening, we do have access to a lot of our facilities that we didn't have just 2 weeks ago. I recognize that we all want to get back out there and do the things we used to do, but we are still in a health emergency at this point. And so while it's hard for everyone's making sacrifices together. And so I'm not going to be supportive of your motion.
All right, well, we don't win on that one tonight. I did want to make a comment. We've heard from a lot of golfers regarding the golf carts. And City Manager, you probably saw those too. People want to be able to exclude just the people with disabilities only to be able to ride a golf cart. They want to be able to ride golf carts at any age and without a disability. So I'd like to make a motion to allow people to ride the golf carts. They want to ride the golf carts, of course, with proper sanitation measures in place. Do I have a second for that motion?
With proper sanitation, yeah, absolutely. Second.
Do we have a discussion on that? Councilmember Ham and Councilmember Ward?
Yeah, absolutely have a discussion on that. I think I recall the city manager bringing up this point earlier in the meeting. Can you retouch those comments you made, Bob?
Certainly, Councilmember Ham. The staff is moving towards modifications to the cart policies. I would because I've asked this question, I'm sure each of you would be asking the same question, and that is, well, how many carts do we have? And if we have single riders in carts, that means 4 carts per group, not 2. So how many can we actually accommodate given the number of carts that we have? That if we modify some start times, we might be able to accommodate it given the number of carts that we have. But we are looking at that very issue right now. We believe that anyone who has a handicap that prevents them from being able to walk the course, certainly we would let them have a cart under the previous rules we had and what we would anticipate to be the newer rules. We also understand that there are those who from age 55 and older, if you're seniors, I suppose, whether you have a handicap or not, may benefit from the use of that. So we are evaluating how we might be able to provide for additional uses of our carts within the restriction of the number of carts that we have, and we're going through that now, and we'll make modifications as we, from just the logistics perspective, can do.
I appreciate that. Thank you, City Manager. I just wanted to make a motion so that people feel comforted that we are going to be able to allow people to have carts even if you don't have a disability. So my motion still stands. Does your second still stand for the motion, Councilmember James? Thank you so much. It's so important to people. Can we take a vote? I'm sorry, is that you, Councilmember Ward?
This is Scott Smith, the City Attorney. Sorry about that. Just since you're taking this one separately and it implicates financial interest for Councilmember Ham, I was going to ask that you abstain on this vote on this individual line item.
Thank you for the reminder, Scott. It's getting late. I appreciate it. I will be abstaining from this issue.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Yes, Councilmember Ward, please.
I would like to mention that it was talked about that logistically this may not be possible because of the order where we have to have one person in a cart. We might be trying to force a rule here that staff could be looking, they're already looking into it to see how this would work. If we try and force it, we might be ruining the very experience that golfers want by having too many carts where we ruin the game for everyone. So why not just allow staff to continue working on this so that it works well and they work with the golf course, because I know they want, you know, this open and they want the carts, but we need to do it in a manner that works and still qualifies where we're following the guidelines in stage 2. What we're not talking about is the overall legal liability, and I know you don't seem to think about that for this, but it's not just the liability for the course.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. I have the floor. If we're doing
you can't
this,
just say anything.
Losing our legal representation for the entire city on everything. And that's really what's at stake here. It's not just liability at the golf course. It's whether we're going to be covered anymore by our joint powers.
Okay, so I take it that, okay. Thank you. I take
Mayor
it
Pro Tem,
no.
if I just wish Councilmember Ham and Councilmember Ward could make a point without trying to score some little juvenile point, and I'm about tired of it. Don't tell me how I think. Don't tell me what I have to say. I will say what I want to say, and I'll think what I want to think, and you are free to do that. We may come from very different perspectives on that. You know, I believe in freedom and liberty. Obviously, you don't. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Well, that motion actually passes because we have 3 of us and 2 voted yes. And I'm assuming from your comments, Councilmember Ward, you're a no on that. So we have 3 people voting, and then
I am a no, but Mayor Pro Tem, you should not be assuming on that. You should still take the vote on that.
Okay, great. Absolutely. I'm happy to do that. Okay, Councilmember Ward?
No.
Okay, Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye, so that passes 2-1 with 1 abstention. I'm sorry. 1, please help me out here, Scott. I'm sorry. It's getting to be a late hour.
Just one disqualification.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So let's see. Anything else on this item tonight? Oh, Scott, I do have one question of you, City Attorney. Just came to me. I'm sorry, but it just came to me now that if we do, say, end up successfully being able to enter into a contract with SCAC, for instance, right, the San Clemente Aquatic Team, what about doing that with other sports types of sports, like soccer, right? Like soccer or baseball, or what prohibits us from doing that? Is there anything prohibiting us from doing that with other sports teams?
No, you could look at that. I think what you're going to assume, though, if I understand the Mission Viejo arrangement is that every aspect of the operation and management of the facility would need to be contracted out to that nonprofit partner.
Okay. Okay, so we have to do that with a field, for instance, like contract out a soccer field. Is that what you're heading
Yeah.
toward?
It'd have to be a complete disassociation of the city with the operation and maintenance.
Okay, so that's something to look at, something creative to look at. Okay, well, thank you. Let's see how the one with the contract with the pools, the leasing of the pools, goes before we head down that road. But I think that's great. We all have some good innovative thinking tonight. All right, is any more comments or questions regarding this item? We've got to wrap it up. It's getting late. No questions or comments? Okay, let's see. The next item then is city attorneys. Do you have any reports or comments, city attorney?
Sorry, I got to learn my mute, but nothing more tonight. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thanks, city attorney. And item D is reports council members. So before we get into the individual comments, we have appointment of council representatives to fill various vacancies. So the first one, if you look at your item here in the packet, is some vacancies to fill, including the Chamber of Commerce alternate representative. I serve as the primary representative, so we need an alternate representative. Does anyone want to step in that role?
I think Gene would be great.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that. Since Councilmember Ham, was that your motion to make Gene the alternate for Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah, I think the only thing we need to vote for is TCA and OCTA and OCFA.
Is that right? Because they're paid positions, is that right?
I think it's because they require a resolution to be adopted by the council, which requires a vote first. I think these other ones, as long as we just agree, then it just happens.
Okay, yeah, and they're JPAs.
Actually, it's the Orange County Fire Authority. It's the only one that requires a vote.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What you may want to do on this is just decide who the appointees will be, and then at the end take a vote to ratify those appointments.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, City Clerk, for clarifying that. I see in these appointments, I don't see OCFA. I don't see OCFA.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we're good. Okay, so I think we're great on that. So we can just make the appointments. So Chamber of Commerce, we got alternate is Councilmember James. DBA, Downtown Business Association, alternate representative.
I think Gene will make a great partner in that as well.
Well, let's see if he has the time to do that.